Sage King. Fire. The searing touch of his skin against mine set my body ablaze, practically melting away the iciness. For some odd reason, I couldn't generate heat, the cold biting into my skin and seeping into my bones. The rain was pounding heavily against us as we ran back to his home. It was a mansion. But unlike Blood Moon, only Maverick occupied the space. There wasn't a single person lurking in his home. Maverick lived further away from his pack with this forest behind him. I thought taking residence in his home would guarantee that I wouldn't be able to wander around. But here we are. Not a clue in sight on how I ended up there. Once we managed to get inside, I noticed that it was bathed in darkness. Scanning my surroundings, instantly taking in the clock overhead in the foyer, it was midnight. I don't remember falling asleep. Then again, I could have exhausted my body from the past 3 days. However, I don't have any recollection on what transpired after I entered my room. A cloud across my mind, one step, and I descended into nothingness. "You need to change out of those wet clothes," Maverick instructs, not faulting a step as he reaches the gray stoned fireplace. "I'll start the fire." He shoves logs into the fireplace as I note I don't have any clothes. Maverick places the final log before dragging a large matchstick across the mantel. Suddenly, the flames erupt, and he throws it into the logs. The fire gradually gets thicker and larger with every passing minutes. "Wait here." I came to Shadowpack with nothing but the clothes on my back. Luckily, the only precious thing to me is tucked into my jacket that I left in my room. Maverick returns with gray sweatpants and a black shirt all folded neatly. "Here, change, and then take a seat by the fire." Taking his clothes, I decide to change in one of the guest bathrooms downstairs. One of Maverick's men gave me a tour, escorting me throughout the house and towards my side, which was the right wing. He made it perfectly clear that the left wing was strictly Maverick's and was off-limits to everyone. Had I been of sound mind then, my curiosity would have been piqued by the secrets he hides. Because Maverick Hale indeed has many dark secrets. Dumping my wet clothes into the wash, I steadily put on his clothes. They were obviously a few sizes larger than my actual frame, making it impossible for the sweats to even stay up. Opting to leave out the sweatpants, I pull his shirt over my head and, to my delight, it stops on my knee. Bella is sighing, practically purring into his scented shirt. For a second, I indulge, the way my mind relaxes with every whiff of his intoxicating scent. As wolves, we generated heat on the clock, therefore I didn't need the fire. However, Bella has been silent since we left Blood Moon and showed no indication of communication until Maverick. She reacted to his scent, his presence, his aura. It wasn't in a lovesick manner. It was in a manner where he provided her a sliver of peace among the devastating heartbreak. He brought her chaotic mind to ease, and I couldn't deny that the same can be said for me. So, while I could easily escape back to my room, I decided to follow through to the fireplace. I would listen this one time, for Bella's sake. He managed to soothe her pain, and I wasn't going to deny her the chance to escape. When I returned, Maverick was in a fresh pair of black sweatpants, paired with a plain white V-neck shirt. For the first time, he didn't resemble a man with the weight of the world on his shoulders. Formal attire was his signature style, but the simplicity of casual clothes made him seem real, like he wasn't a figment of my imagination. I take time to admire the terrifying beauty of his ink. They each held something sinister behind the milky canvas. It's like he couldn't escape the demons embedded in his skin and creeping up his neck. Padding across the fluffy carpet, Maverick's attention completely on the burnt amber and gold dancing in front of us. One leg prepped up with his hand extended across the knee. The position shouldn't have been exotic. But this was Maverick, and he made it ooze power. Taking a seat on the carpet next to Maverick, I realized that my temperature continues to drop, the fire barely touching my skin with warmth. drawing my knees to my chest, grinding my teeth to obscure that I was indeed freezing. Minutes went by, deep in silence except for the crackling of the fire. I couldn't pay attention, staring into the fire as goosebumps prickle my skin, my temperature continuing to drop to the point that I was unable to keep from shivering, and my teeth from clattering. Maverick shifts further back, extending his legs and suddenly dragging me into him and in between his legs. Your body needs natural heat. If I leave you right now, then you are going to develop hypothermia. His deep voice is penetrating every cell in my body, like liquid honey down my throat. His bulging biceps wrap around my upper body, while his sculpted chest is against my back. Once my frazzled mind settled, I realized that my temperature rose, whether it be from his touch or my erratic heartbeat. Maverick exuded heat that I've never felt before. He was my inferno. I was melting in his arms, into his body. For once, I felt the silence extend from my heart to my mind. A mate bond was supposed to make you irrational and desperate for your other half. But with Maverick, I felt none of that. Everything that made me broken, he mended them. Your temperature is finally rising, his gruff voice states. I desperately wanted to turn in his arms to study those hauntingly beautiful ocean eyes. In doing so, I would have to face our fated bond, and I was afraid to. Losing so much at such a young age, I didn't want to commit to anything because nothing lasted forever. There is no love left for me to give. Every part of my humanity died with Callan. Suddenly, I feel Maverick's face nuzzle into the croak of my neck. My heart stops beating. I forget how to breathe with his heat enveloping me from the inside. He inhales, drawing in a large amount of my scent into his body, and for some reason, it makes Bella giddy along with me. Keeping my body still, unable to move a muscle. What are you doing? Do you want the truth or the lie? He questions in a rather deep voice that feels like lava in my veins. Fuck. I don't even want to answer. A part of me wants to know, but another deems it necessary to keep my mouth shut. Bella is relaxed, purring at his touch while I'm trying to process the best rational step. He settles his face into my neck. I can feel his heated breath with every exhale against my skin. No amount of fire could beat the way my body burns alive because of him. What were you doing in the forest, Sage? His question jolting me back into the right headspace. What was I doing there? I don't remember how I got there. All I remember was this nightmare, and then I woke up there. I relay, trying to decipher whether I was sleepwalking or whether I'm going crazy. Don't ever go back there. His tone harsh, yet it felt like something deeper, like he was begging me not to. Furrowing my brows, I didn't come here to uncover any secrets. I just needed an escape. I shouldn't tangle myself any further with him. But before I know it, the words escape my lips. Why not? There is a reason why only I live here. Why I'm the only house near the forest. Maverick answers vaguely. I had no interest in the forest. What bothers me is how and why I ended up there tonight. And now why Maverick was the only one who lived here. Maverick Hale. Sage, what are you doing? Desire leaks from her metallic orbs, completely obliterating all sense of control. With her palms rested upon my chest, fingertips initiating sparks in their wake. We don't break the connection, seemingly staring deep into her soul that's subtly being overturned with my darkness. I want you. She declares boldly that I'm caught off guard. While I knew our standpoints indicated we were mutually interested in each other, what I didn't expect was for Sage to be this bare about it. She causes the hair on my skin to stand, the fire providing an illuminating glow upon her porcelain skin. My hands grip her waist as she curls into the croak of my neck. I can feel her heated breath against my skin and leading a trail of soft kisses. Swallowing the urge to give in, to devour her body and soul. We should stop, I say with bated breath. Her slender arms are on either side of my head. For now, I'll let her be in control. Cheeks flushed crimson, sultry expression that begs for me to take her, to drag her down into hell with me. Our heavy breathing mingles with the fire, locking our gaze until there is nothing more important than us. Maverick. My name from her lips sounds like a siren call. Our lips are close, moving an inch, and then they would collide. I would taste the sweet fire that emits from her, having Sage all to myself, all for me, full of me, and nothing else. It's too tempting. It's making everything fade into the background. You will be mine forever, Sage, I warn. She leans in closer until I feel her soft lips caress my own. I'm okay with that, her voice a mere whisper. I blink and everything shifts, the seductress dance of amber and gold in front of me, sparks emitting from my arms with the rich scent of coffee and sweet coconut. Sage was tucked into my body, heat finally encasing her once cold body. Her eyes are closed with parted lips. A soft exhale, and I realized that she had fallen asleep in my arms. It was a dream. This never happens. Visions are entirely different from having dreams. I never dream. It brings upon false hope. My fate was sealed the moment I acted on selfish desires. I couldn't be blessed for anything more than simply having a fated mate. No matter if I couldn't be with her, just knowing I was lucky enough to have Sage is enough for me. I felt her exhaustion the moment she stepped on my territory. I feel it endlessly. She is too young to experience this kind of pain, the one that eats you alive from the inside. Bella and Sage are consumed with heartbreak, and it makes it impossible for them to get a peaceful night of uninterrupted sleep. A fated bond. Everything is magnified. And while Sage can deny the inevitable, no one brings her soul a sliver of peace more than me. It's the reason why she fell asleep so easily, with no restraints and no bad dreams. However, having me as a fated will kill her. I'm venom, seeping into her heart and killing her soul. We both have reasons to repel this bond, much heavier consequences, and yet I couldn't control myself when it comes to her. Burying my face into her neck to imprint Sage's scent upon me, her mark rooted deep inside of me. Her body shuddered under my touch, making it known that our reactions to each other are reciprocated. Sage sighs, burying her face deeper into my chest. My scent, even unconsciously, brings her heart comfort and safety. Her skin leaking of heat unlike before. I knew the real reason why her body temperature kept decreasing. Had I not been close, she would have died. The forest is off limits for a reason. I would even give in to the notion that it was haunted. While not with spirits, something definitely haunted the forest and is much more dangerous than anyone can imagine. Sage was beckoned into the forest, unbeknownst to her of the evil call. She couldn't recall anything before I found her, because those memories were erased. I should have anticipated this. They are always watching me. Any new presence besides my own, they take an interest to decipher my relationship. I could have easily let Sage stay in the pack house, but the thought of any other male around her besides myself made me feral. Silence brings me ease, but I'm well aware of Sage in my house. Therefore, I knew of her disappearance immediately, and what led her into the forest. Luckily, I found her in time before they could crawl into her mind and discover the truth of our bond. They can never know. My darkness emerges behind me, taking physical form and awaiting my words. The only reason it is quiet for once is because of Sage in my arms, and I won't allow it to wake her. Did you find them? I question. They aren't aware that every single one of them has a piece of my darkness in their shadows. Yes. Did you take care of them? There is no hesitation in the reply, yes. I can already feel the glee of devouring them. For now, the problem is under control. However, I won't be able to keep Sage hidden for long. Watch them, I command, And don't act on your own, otherwise I will see to it that you are never released. The darkness seeps back into my shadow, following instructions. I can't have a repeat of last time. Cleaning up mass murder isn't my forte, and whenever I allow the darkness to eat it, becomes gluttonous. Maybe we are one and the same, because I'm gluttonous for Sage, my obsession, and the object of my desire. Sage King. The days pass by in a blur since the last time I left this room 4 days ago. I'm questioning my existence as I stare mindlessly out the window, rain consistently falling throughout my time here. I wonder if it's a reflection of my heart, of how empty I feel to be here without any sort of plan. Running from my pack, turning to my fated, and with what goal in mind? All I wanted to do was stop the earth-shattering pain, the one that turned my life upside down. However, it never left, not for a single moment. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw Callan's face, and the torture will begin all over again. Had I been a regular human, depriving myself of food and water would have killed me yesterday. But supernatural creatures are able to last approximately 2 weeks. The only time I had a peaceful night of sleep, not haunted by Callan's death, was that night in his arms. A part of me only gave in because of Bella, but I couldn't deny that I felt relief wash over me, like for once I was protected in his arms from the cruel world. Maverick's scent warped every cell in my body, heat exuding from his body and melting into mine. I couldn't deny that I felt exhilarated and calm at the same time. I know what it feels like to be with your mate, how they bring comfort to your agonized heart. But with Maverick, it was an entirely different genre. A fated bond was different from a regular mated bond. It's indescribable. Everything is magnified to the point that your existence seems futile without them. That is what's even more terrifying. I don't want to form an attachment that will always lead to death. I'm scared that the attachment has already begun without my consent. I feel like he is able to see my entire soul, which shouldn't be possible. Souls only intertwine once you mark each other, and that will never happen. Ugh. I'm going crazy for someone whose mind barely functions anymore. The clanking of the tray can be heard behind my door. Someone is taking it away. Even though this is Maverick's home, and according to everyone he doesn't let anyone inside, I know that the person leaving food at my door isn't him. The food remains untouched, since I never have an appetite. As day blends into night, I hear another tray being left at my door, accompanied with a gentle knock. Footsteps trickle away, sinking into the foundation of the house. The window on my left is facing into the depths of the forest. According to Maverick, it's a forbidden forest that no one is allowed to cross into. I replay that night in my head, trying to decipher the missing space of time between going into my room and waking up in the forest. And I come up with a blank. It felt like a dream morphed into a nightmare, my mind being warped with darkness. Anytime I think of the forest, goosebumps pebble my skin with a chill running up my spine. There is a reason it's forbidden, a darkness lurking behind the trees with glowing orbs of evil. I felt that hatred, that evil in my heart when I woke up. What exactly lives in that forest? However, my thoughts are momentarily halted as I recognize the heavy footsteps leading to my door. I know he can be stealthy if he wanted to, but he is making his presence known. Luckily, my back is facing the door as he opens it, the clanking of the tray in his hands. "You need to eat, Sage," his gruff voice says, footsteps nearing my bed. Maverick places the tray on the bed, and the bed dips to signify his presence. This room suddenly felt 10 times smaller, our spaces too close that his heated skin touched my back. His scent of sandalwood with hints of tobacco and vanilla was an addiction, an aphrodisiac to my chaotic mind. "Sage," he calls with that honeyed voice, like my name was a prayer, and I was his reason for existence. I don't utter a word. I don't turn around. I pretend that I don't acknowledge him. Silence wraps around us, the rain finally stopping and giving rise to the crescent moon. It doesn't faze Maverick that I don't speak, that I don't move. But he doesn't leave, no matter how long I refuse to turn around. "Do you intend to starve yourself to death?" he questions, and I don't dignify the obvious with a response. He sighs. "What did you intend to find when you came to me? A place to die which wasn't your home?" The reason I can't answer is because I don't know the answer. What did I really intend to discover coming to him? I couldn't stay at Blood Moon because watching them move on was too painful. It made me bitter that they can live happily ever after, while I have to suffer forever. I could have gone anywhere to die. I didn't need a place to stay if I wanted death from the beginning. So what did I really want? If death is what you wish, I cannot stop you. But I won't let you die here. I won't watch you kill yourself," he declares fiercely, every word penetrating a piece of my armor. Swallowing the lump in my throat, then I'll leave. Everything moves in slow motion as I sit up, his body looming over me and disintegrating the space between us. He is an inferno, leaking with darkness and fire that devours me whole. Maverick's fingertips send sparks throughout my body as he caresses the back of my neck. I'm fighting all my instincts to not sink into his touch, to not let my body turn into liquid because of Maverick hail. However, all logic and reason evade my mind when I feel his solid chest against my back. He shifts my attention, arching my neck to the side as I feel his scorching breath against my skin. Goosebumps immediately pebble my skin, even though I'm burning alive. The softness of his lips trails from my neck to ear, not kissing my skin, but merely tempting me with the thought. "You don't understand me, Sage," his voice dropping a few octaves, making him a master at capturing my attention. "I won't let you kill yourself. I warned you that coming to me would ensure that you could never leave." Shaking my head, attempting to turn around and tell him that no one has control over me. However, Maverick's grip tightens, rooting me in my spot by his alpha strength. "You are my prisoner now, and I much prefer one I can play with than one that is dead." A growl escapes my lips. "I'm not your fucking prisoner." Maverick chuckles, the sound deep, and like he smokes dozens of cigarettes a day. "You aren't? Oh well. We have to see about that." His grip loosens. "Don't worry, darling. I'll make your pain go away." There is something dark in his promise, like he will replace this pain with something worse, something that will annihilate me. "Get dressed and come downstairs," Maverick instructs, standing tall as I turn around to face him. The dark ocean dripping with darkness, empty and yet hungry for something I couldn't decipher. He turns around before I could say a word, assuming that I would follow his command. "Felix made brownies for you, and it would hurt his feelings if you didn't eat them." My brows furrow. "Who is Felix?" Maverick tesks, shaking his head as his eyes connect with mine over his shoulder with a smirk. "The one who has been making you food every day, and you leave it untouched." I swallow, feeling the guilt slowly creep into my heart. Felix is the one that has been making 3-course meals and leaving them at my door, even though I don't eat any of it. Now, get dressed and eat Felix's brownies so he can finally leave my house. Sage King. Following Maverick's instructions once. Taking a shower left me rejuvenated, especially switching the temperature until the water burned my skin a bright red. To anyone else, this would be pure torture. And yet I felt more alive under the fire than in the warmth of safety. I want the pain to stop, and I inflict the pain because I deserve it. With the towel secured around my chest, steam cascading against my back, and the reminiscence of the cherry blossom body wash on my skin, I realize that I don't have any clothes. Exhaling a sharp breath as I notice the closet door on my left is open. I never opened it. And when I do, I'm bombarded with an array of neutral-toned clothes. Maverick must be had someone put them here while I was in the shower since I never left my room. Admiring the way all these clothes fit my preference, bold colors being my least favorite, as I ran my fingers through the black fabrics, opting for the color block black and white sweatpants, paired with a cropped black hoodie. While this wasn't an appropriate approach to meeting someone, it was a miracle I even peeled myself off the bed. Once this meeting is over, I will simply return to bed in the same clothes. The silence brought about an eerie sensation. I couldn't describe it. But it felt like a haunted house with something tailing me. Shivers ran up my spine, the taste of fear settling on my tongue before disintegrating. I felt a shadow blanket my skin until I did a double take to see nothing there. It's possible that I am losing my mind. I truly wonder how Maverick stays here by himself. A big house with a haunted forest for a backyard. The thought crossed my mind if this would be detrimental to his mental state. But this is Maverick, and darkness seemingly lives in his mind. One could compare his house to the Addams family, since their main attraction is a graveyard as a backyard. Soft voices hit my ears as I descend the staircase. I couldn't decipher what they were speaking about, simply because my brain wasn't interested. Nothing captured my attention anymore, besides being around Maverick, which I blame the fated bond on. Had he been a regular alpha, then my body wouldn't react to his touch, and Bella wouldn't purr into his fingertips. Tonight, all I cared about was showing up and eating the damn brownies. Guilt is something that follows me constantly, burying me 6 foot under every single day, and I didn't need any more, because of a mere stranger. One thing to admire about Maverick, despite the shudder and constant feeling that someone is watching me, his home is phenomenal. His color palette consisted of different tones of gray, which made it sleek and modern. Hence why I found his kitchen remarkable. It was breathtaking and would be any chief's dream. I especially admired the marble backsplash that had an ombre effect. His home couldn't compare to him, to the magnificent piece of art that he is. I couldn't help my perusal of the beautiful artwork on his skin. While others found the sinister pieces scary, I loved them. But I wouldn't tell him that. So instead, I visually appreciate them. His eyes were closed, head tilted back, which made his Adam's apple stretch against the inked skin. Maverick exudes power and lethal destruction, one that isn't chaotic but calculated. His jawline could cut glass, while the veins became prominent against his neck. Maverick is the embodiment of a god. However, my attention was quickly swept away by the other man in the kitchen, the one with a black apron. The platinum blonde hair seemingly appearing soft if I ran my fingers through them, and chocolate lava orbs that had flecks of honey swirled within them. Diverting from his task, our eyes met, and he gave me the purest smile I have ever seen. It's like his smile was filled with serotonin, and I got hit with a lethal dose. One couldn't simply forget it, practically a sunshine in a bottle. Steam emitted from the brownies as he dispersed them onto a metal grid, shaking off the glee that suddenly bloomed in my chest from his smile. I round the counter and give a subtle wave. "Hi," I greet, presuming this man is Felix. "Hi, nice to meet you." I almost fall off my seat because his voice was not what I expected. It was deep, so deep that I lost my balance, staring at him as if he was a figment of my imagination, because I've never heard a voice like his. Attempting to decipher how such a deep, gravel voice emits from a person that quite literally represents sunshine. The voice and face are out of proportion. Maverick declares next to me, eyes still closed. Felix's voice is 3 octaves lower than Maverick's, which is surprising. The man probably eats cigarettes for a living, but his lean figure showcased that he took care of his physique and health. Switching my attention back to Felix, his focus now entirely on the melted dark chocolate. He brings up the fork, drizzling the chocolate all over the brownies. Once they are coated to his satisfaction, he smiles. Bringing about 2 rectangular plates, Felix distributes approximately 4 squared brownies on each, and sliding the plates in front of us. "Tell me what you think." His eyes filled with kindness that it makes me even more guilty, that I never ate any of his food. Eyeing the brownies, I couldn't deny that they were beautiful and made my mouth water. Taking the plunge, I bite into one, and it's an explosion in my mouth, gooey with the decadent chocolate chips and melted caramel. I couldn't get enough, practically inhaling the first one and diving for the second. Good? He questions. I nod eagerly. Amazing. Felix sighs in relief. I'm happy you like them. It's his speciality. Maverick comments on his third piece. Felix packs on a grin. Are you complimenting me? He teases. Maverick settles him with a glare. Take it how you will. I devour his brownies. Do you make these often? I ask. He shakes his head. Not many people want to eat them. My jaw drops. How can they not want to eat this delicious chocolate heaven? Well, you better make them for me all the time. Felix's smile stretches even more. With a chuckle, he replies, I will. We hold each other gaze, a second too long, because I can hear Maverick's voice. You can leave now, Felix. Felix's smile doesn't leave his face as he nods, untying the apron. It was nice meeting you, Sage. I'm happy you finally left your room. My smile immediately falls as I watch him bow and leave the kitchen, diverting my attention to Maverick in disappointment. I'm short of words when I find him staring at me, something dark lingering in his gaze. Don't even think about it. I will find a replacement beta if you so much as fall for him, he declares with a scowl and suddenly leaves the room. For someone who doesn't have emotions, he surely showcases a lot of them when I'm around. Sage King. It's been 2 days since I last left my room. In hindsight, this was a total contradiction to the night I ate brownies with Felix and Maverick, pretending for a moment that my mind wasn't slowly eating away at itself. However, I never claimed that things would be different. I did eat all the meals Felix prepared and left at my doorstep. He did the usual routine of knocking on my door to announce that the food was there before leaving. I appreciated that he didn't push further to speak with me. It was enough that I ate his food. I didn't need any more connections. Shifting in the bed, silk sheets caressing my skin as I half expected Maverick to burst through those doors. After all those declarations of forbidding me to die on his territory, I anticipated his presence, and there was none. It was all words conjured to make me leave the room. Rain once again graces us tonight, becoming my soundtrack for the past 8 hours. It's non-stop, and I'm convinced we are having a cold front because the other option would be ridiculous. Checking the digital clock on my nightstand, it was well past midnight. Not that time mattered to me anymore. Bella hasn't been responsive when we are alone, compared to when we are in Maverick's presence. I understand. He is our fated and naturally that will gain a softer reaction than when I try to reach her. Our connection feels stagnant. Neither of us openly discuss our feelings and process them separately, which isn't good for our relationship. We are drowning in this grief with no one pulling us out. Turning onto the other side, the haunted forest appearing on full display with the distorted droplets of water trickling down the window. The trees are bending from the force of the wind, along with the leaves. Maverick forbids going into the forest, and all too quickly that eerie feeling rushes up my spine as I stare into the darkness engulfing the forest. Floor-to-ceiling windows ensures that the scene plays out like a horror movie. The fact that I feel eyes staring at me, that I can see shadows running through the trees, that whatever lurks in that forbidden forest is truly evil. The pit in my stomach deepens. It plagues me and infests my mind until nothing is left but pure agony. For once, I relish in the mania. Closing my eyes and welcoming the feeling until a shiver rackets my body and my heated skin suddenly turns cold. Before I register what is transpiring, an overwhelming sensation draws me out of the bed and towards the window. The forest is more daunting from this angle, accompanied with the rain as thunder and lightning slash through the sky. For a moment, I wonder how I ended up in those woods. I have no recollection of what transpired beyond entering the room. However, I do remember that nightmare, that twisted memory of Callan becoming permanently imprinted into my brain. I never sleep because every time I close my eyes, I see Callan's heart being ripped out, and then the memory is distorted with his smile. I feel myself descending into madness, into despair. My thoughts are momentarily halted when I see a figure emerging from the house. I recognize those sinister tattoos anywhere. That wasn't what made my brows furrow. It was the fact that he was being soaked in the rain with only a pair of black sweatpants. Maverick stands there for what seems like hours, and I don't realize that I've been holding my breath, anticipating what he's going to do. And to my horror, he suddenly takes slow steps towards the forest. There is no hesitation as I bolt out of the room and down the stairs. He told me not to go into the forest, but why is he going there? Something unsettling clings onto my heart. Spiders crawling up my spine, and Bella's emotions twisting the sinking hole in my stomach. Something is wrong. I don't even care that my bare feet are being soiled by mud. I don't care that I'm in nothing but shorts and a camisole. I don't care that the rain pelts against my skin like bolts of lightning. Hairs on my skin prickle me as I reach the sliding glass door, the tiles soaked in the rain as I watch Maverick continue his path. Maverick. I call out to him, shielding the rain and wind cutting through me, but he remains unresponsive. Fuck. Nothing is reaching him. He won't even turn around. Without a choice, I run to him. Getting soaked in the rain was the least of my concerns right now. I reach him in an instant, blocking his path, but every muscle in my body freezes as I meet his eyes. Dark blue orbs are erased, darkness encompassing his eyes until nothing is left. Maverick, encasing his face with my hands, temperature decreasing rapidly. For a second, he freezes, but Maverick doesn't respond to my advances. His eyes aren't returning to normal. Something feels empty when I look at him. What the fuck is going on? Maverick begins to move again, not caring that I'm in front of him. The forest is a good distance away from the house, but he will reach it in no time if I don't stop him. Digging my fingers into his bicep, I attempt to drag him back to the house, but my strength is no match for him. Maverick, you have to wake up. I growl, extending my claws to pierce his skin, but that doesn't break him out of this trance. Bella, reach 0. I urge, letting go and attempting to block his path. Bella whines, shaking her head in panic. The connection is blocked. I can't get to him. Fuck. There isn't anyone I can call to help me, and the only one who comes to mind is Felix. I don't know anyone, and by the time I search for him, Maverick will already be in the forest. You have to stop him, Bella begs. I'm trying, I snap with frustration. Nothing is working. Nothing is breaking that trance. Pressure builds in my eyes, frustration and anger morphing within me. I can't do this. I'm not built for this. I can't lose him. I don't want to complete our bond, but Maverick is all I have left, and I can't lose him too. Please don't leave me, I cry, tears blending with the rain and distorting my vision of him. My throat constricts painfully from the emotions spiraling within me. I cry, tears coating my already wet face. My words are futile. They don't reach Maverick. Nothing is stopping him. His body isn't even warm anymore. His lips, a crimson red, but his skin cold as ice. The darkness bleeds from his eyes into spider-like veins. My stomach drops, fear creeping up my spine. Even through his inked skin, I see the way his veins begin to bleed black, stretching the skin and becoming more prominent. We are almost near the forest, and I realize that his condition gets worse. I can feel it, like my soul is being ripped apart and torn from his. Come on, Bella. I don't know what to do. Help me, I plead. My heart leaps into my throat as I watch Maverick get closer to the forest. I can't stop him. Somebody help me. I can't lose him. Suddenly, like my prayers have been answered, I see a mass of blonde hair at my side. Felix. Metal chains are wrapped around his hands, but there isn't any time for discussions. He races towards Maverick and throws one end of the chain towards me. I catch it, and instantly the chains burn my skin. My first instinct is to drop it, but Felix's voice stops me. Wehavaterestrainhim. Following his lead, our priority is to stop Maverick from going into the forest. So, it didn't matter that the chain was burning my flesh. Felix and I worked in opposite directions, securing Maverick's arms and tying the chain around his chest. Once we have Maverick restrained, we drag him back into the house. What's happening to him? Felix exhales. No time to explain. We have to get him into the basement and restrain him. Otherwise, he won't stop until he is in the forest. Sage King. Amidst the architectural home of Mavericks, I should have known that he would have a hidden basement, concealed behind his office bookcase. The scanner only verified 2 people, Maverick and Felix. This wasn't included in my tour, which meant that it was to remain a secret. And while I didn't care to dive deeper into his secrets, it did irritate me. Cemented floors being tainted by the combination of rain and mud we were dragging in. There is only one cell, accompanied by a large space. As we neared the cell, I took note that inside were silver chains bolted into the ground. Felix didn't falter, dragging Maverick with all his strength through those cell bars that looked more like a torture chamber. With Felix doing the heavy lifting, I determined that whatever the chain was laced with had a similar reaction with Maverick. It had to be wolfsbane, except when I studied every inch of Felix's skin flawless. He locked the cuffs around Maverick's wrists, the burning of flesh hitting my ears as Bella whines in protests. There wasn't a scratch on Felix's palm, leaning closer to the bars as I heaved. Something felt wrong, however. My focus was rattled by the fact that when my skin touched the metal bars, it burned once again. The air felt dense, making it hard to breathe. Taking deep breaths, assuming it's anxiety pertaining to Maverick's condition. Nearing his figure, he was on his knees without an ounce of awareness. Arching my body forward to study Maverick without the distortion of the rain. His pitch-black eyes without any trace of white or blue signified that he was indeed in a trance. The black veins are bleeding from the darkness in his eyes, pumping a different kind of blood through his veins. Even through inked skin, those spider-like veins protruded and coursed through his blood like an entity, like something alive, like his darkness. It didn't stop. It continued to flow, crawling from his fingers to his biceps, and lastly into his neck. My heart skipped a beat, fear settling on my palate as I realized his chest wasn't moving, and that he wasn't breathing. What's happening to him? I asked Felix, straightening my spine as he takes his position next to me. Felix deflects. It's best to restrain him, he says, rather vaguely. Splitting my attention between Maverick and Felix, those black veins, swallowing the uncertainty arising. What are they? There is a slight hesitation before Felix answers, his power the darkness. A somber expression marrying his face before he takes a hold of my hand so that he can lock the cell. Except his entire body freezes as his fingers touch my burnt flesh, the one that isn't healing. It's possible that his skin turns ice from something other than the weather. In slow motion, I watch his eyes widen in something akin to fear. Sage, why? Why is your hand burned? He stutters. I couldn't answer, the air beginning to suffocate me like smoke building in my lungs. Every muscle in my body felt heavy. I squeezed his hand in an attempt to regain some sort of control, but it was futile. My vision being tainted by thick black smog, the room starting to spin. Ah, I choke, unable to breathe. Suddenly my knees give out, and I'm aware of my bones crashing into the concrete. Bringing my hand to my forehead, through the fog I follow the direction it was emitting from behind Maverick. I'm overwhelmed by everything transpiring. Drawing my hand back, I make out the same darkness pumping through my veins. Sage, Sage. You need to stay with me. Felix's voice sounded like he was underwater, the rest coming out muffled. That was the least of my problems. All that I could see were the black veins wrapping around my fingers and spreading up my arm. Through blurry vision, I mirror Maverick's motionless body. I was choking on the terror, the fear of the unknown transpiring before my eyes. An invisible force creeps around my neck, tendrils suffocating me as darkness bleeds in my vision. I want to tear off my own skin. It's itching and burning me alive. There are too many things happening at once. I'm losing focus and consciousness. Something is crawling under my skin. I can feel it. It's making me taste despair. No, 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 no. This can't be happening. Felix's panicked voice reaches my ears. I can't move. An invisible entity restraining me and forcing my attention to Maverick. That's when I see something shift behind him, from where the dark smog is emitting from. It didn't make sense. No one besides us three were in here. My eyes had to be deceiving me. Something in my gut knew that this was real. The smoke shifts between a dark gray and black. What? I watch in horror as a burnt black hand with coffin black nails creeps upon Maverick's chest from behind. It moved in slow motion, especially when the figure appeared from behind him. It had to be a woman, but I couldn't tell who or what it was. Everything was concealed by straight, long, ebony hair, which made a chill run down my skin with the same eerie feeling plaguing me since the beginning. The creature leans into Maverick, and suddenly it cracks its neck. The sickening sound echoing in my ears as the face leans into him, into his ear, and whispers something I couldn't decipher. Every move is capturing my attention as the coffin nails suddenly dig into his chest, where his heart is. That's when I start screaming. A mixture of his pain and mine, like an inferno erupting inside of me. I scream, spiders crawling in my throat as my vision bleeds into the darkness. Everything melts away, leaving me empty as I open my eyes. I'm surrounded by nothing, total darkness. With shaky legs, I attempt to stand. Twisting on the balls of my feet, taking in every direction for any source of life, there was truly nothing but an endless abyss. I'm alone. Distorted whispers echo within the abyss, a mixture of English and another language that I didn't know. Tiny footsteps overwhelm the sound, getting louder and closer from behind me. Goosebumps pebble my skin as I turn around, a small boy running towards me in a frantic state. However, I'm blinded by his glowing electric blue orbs, married with fear. They somehow felt familiar, resembling a magnetic crystal that was beyond reach. Midnight curls bounced upon his head. He couldn't be older than 10 years old. He blended with the darkness, matching tracksuit and sneakers. His breathing is frantic, like he ran for miles before reaching me. You need to go, his serene voice whispers, checking over his shoulder. Shaking my head. What? From his demeanor, he was on edge and kept checking behind him before attempting to shove me in the opposite direction. Go, before they find you. Before who finds me? What are you doing? Where are we? The questions escaped my lips before I could stop them. The boy shakes his head, wrapping his tiny fingers around my hand and pulling me away from whatever was behind him. No time for questions. You have to go. Digging my feet into the ground. What about you? He squeezes my hand, and I'm surprised by his strength. Those crystal orbs pleading with me. Don't worry about me, you have to go. They can't know about you. Before I could open my mouth, tears brim in his eyes. Please go, he cries in a soft voice with wobbly lips. I'm unable to console him, to take him in my arms and bring him some sort of comfort, because his other hand faces the ground, and foreign words escape his lips. Ready per tenebras, ad rem tuam. Return through the darkness to your reality. That's when the floor disappears and I'm drowning in the pit of darkness with the distorted image of the boy as the last thing I see. Maverick Hale. No, no, no. This can't be happening, Sage. Felix's panicked voice echoes as I regain control over my body. I blink, the darkness dispersing from my vision, tugging on the cuffs to initiate a sound. Sighing in relief that Felix managed to stop me from venturing further into the forbidden forest. Felix, I call, tugging on the chains once again so the sound resonates. However, he is distracted. Somehow his words are gibberish to my ears, and when he shifts to the side, I realize why. Sage. This was bad. It is worse than I could have ever imagined. Sage was being corrupted, her veins tainted with my darkness and pumping its curse throughout her body. She was unconscious, but those spider veins continued to crawl up her neck, like a physical entity devouring her from the inside. It won't stop. Felix, uncuff me, I command, my voice echoing throughout the silent prison. This time he heard me. Reluctantly, he left Sage and hurriedly reached the stoned wall behind me. The routine was always the same. We have done this plenty of times, that it's indented into his brain, except right now it's with an added pressure and panic. His fingers discover the false brick, pulling it out to reveal the special key used to unlock these chains. Once I'm free, the skin around my wrist burned from the chains, and it won't heal for a while. Rushing over to Sage, analyzing her physical state. The good sign is that she is visibly breathing, her chest rising and falling, but that silent hope is demolished as I touch her palms. Burnt skin against my fingertips. What happened? Questioning Felix, holding back the fear sinking into my heart. Felix settles next to me, worry plaguing his orbs. The chains burned her, and she couldn't breathe, he summarizes, grinding my teeth, swallowing the fear and anger rattling my bones. This isn't possible, arguing with myself. Those chains are specially made for me, infused with my blood and a curse that will suppress and eat away at the dark magic calling me into the forest, calling to my already black soul, which includes the darkness of my powers, because, as a founding family member, my magic wasn't pure, especially after what I did. Therefore, the chains are only harmful to me. They burn my skin and only react in a similar way to someone with my darkness surrounding their soul. Both dark magic is lethal, and I couldn't tell which one Sage fell upon. I couldn't tell if I was the reason, or they were. This wasn't supposed to happen to her, he declares thickly, swallowing the ball of emotion. Our thoughts in sync. This wasn't supposed to happen to her. This is all my fault. I thought I could protect her from them, from me. But I can't. They are eating her. Her reaction to the chains changes everything. They are too close, I said, realizing that I could also be the reason of her condition right now. They are suspicious. Who wouldn't be? Sage is the only other presence in your house. They are going to wonder why, Felix explains, pointing out the facts. He is right. Anyone would question another presence in my house, especially a woman. Bring me my beads. Felix nods, leaving the basement to go to my office. Black veins stretch against her rapidly pale skin. It feels like something is crawling inside of you, and the pain is unbearable. Once they completely corrupt her, then they will drag her into their realm where no one can escape. I wouldn't be able to bring her back. His footsteps hit the ground with a thud as he hands me the heavy black, beaded necklace. They are similar to prayer beads, except for my blood being infused into each bead along with a spell I created. Intertwining my hands with the beads, wrapping both ends around each fist, and then placing the expanse middle on my tongue. With these beads, it allows my soul to be transported in their realm, but they won't be able to trap me. I learned my lesson. Tricks are always up their sleeves, and in order to remain in control of my fate, I have to be 10 steps ahead. Their realm is consumed in darkness, a tainted replica of the forbidden forest. Thick black smog emits from the ground, clouding my vision of the trees. Shadows bounce around, hiding behind trees and fleeing to intimidate me, to scare me into submission. It's the same tricks, attempting to keep me here with the shadows. While my soul has left my body, my physical form is still in the cell with Sage and Felix. I have to figure out what is happening, whether Sage's condition is because of me or them, and whether it will worsen. I managed to push her out before they could capture her soul. What I didn't expect was the form I took, my younger self back when everything slowly began to unravel. It felt like a lifetime ago, seeking solace in the arms of another. It felt peaceful. My thoughts are all over the place, shifting back and forth between Sage and my curse. Suddenly, I hear their humming of that sickening tune that makes my skin crawl. A shiver runs up my skin. Despite myself not being fearful of them, it is still creepy. Maverick, Maverick, they sing like they did when I was younger. You haven't been here in a while. One of them marvels in delight, still concealing themselves in the forest. However, their shadows are much more prominent than the rest that were translucent. It seems you are getting rather impatient for my return, I note, grinding my anger with my teeth and simmering the fire in my heart. Every ounce of control is required for me not to showcase how much Sage's condition is affecting me. She cackles, and the sound grates at my nerves. You haven't visited in a long time. Thought I would give you a little nudge. They don't have to emerge from the darkness. I can already see their wicked smiles with tainted black stained lips. I despise them. I hate them more than words can express. So, attacking one of my pack members is your only solution to gaining my attention? Raising my brow at them, harming my pack was out of the question. They know my only request is that they won't touch anyone on my territory. Calm yourself, little wolf. We weren't doing serious harm. She brushes off, floating through the woods, but her voice resonates in echo. Who is the new visitor? The question pops up from a masculine voice to my left. In their realm, everyone is present. However, I anticipated this. They are constantly watching me. The forest is forbidden because their eyes are everywhere. I'm under surveillance, therefore they would take notice of her arrival. Especially on the first night, a grave display of their power. My beta's cousin. She will be staying with me for a couple weeks. I lie. They are suspicious. They have been from the beginning, and until I draw attention away from her. Sage isn't safe. One more attack, and Sage will be trapped here forever. As expected, they hum unconvinced of my lie. Why isn't she staying with your beta or at the pack house? They quiz. She is grieving and doesn't want to be around anyone. I explain, keeping it short because over-explaining will arouse their suspicions even further. Surely you guys communicate in your home, she adds, attempting to get my tongue twisted. We keep to ourselves and never cross paths. My monotone voice replies. While I'm able to fool them this time, I won't be lucky a second. Her laughter and pleasure are heard, bouncing off the darkness. With a sinister voice, wrapping her coffin's nails around my neck from behind. You made the deal, Maverick. A price will be paid if you default. I won't, I assure, for the 1,000th time since the beginning. She adds pressure, attempting to dismantle my concentration, but I've mastered coming in and out of here. Don't forget, if you touch my pack, I will do more than just kill all of you. I promise, snapping my fingers. My soul returns to my body, opening my eyes and removing the beads. Felix's eyes meet mine, hope and fear mingling within those orbs. What happened? Switching my attention to Sage, the black veins aren't as prominent as before. They are close to figuring out who she is to me. What are you going to do? He questions. I sigh regretfully. I have to sever our bond.
Maverick Hale, you told me that it isn't possible. Felix repeats, frowning at my words and partly in disbelief. He wasn't wrong. You can never truly sever a fated bond. It spans over lifetimes, your soul intertwined with one another due to Magnus's sheer act of revenge. This will require ripping apart the soul until neither of us are connected again. Two hearts form one soul. I'm tearing us apart for the sake of saving her. Some part of me always relished in the comfort of knowing we would be together in the next life, since this life we were born of misfortune. Now, I won't have such comfort because our souls will never meet. I'm destroying our bond, and that alone will ensure this will be our last time together. I do feel gratitude, knowing we spent our past lives together. No matter how many, I'm grateful to have spent at least one with Sage. However, I wasn't blessed like Amethyst and Caden to be able to see our history with each other. I've never had the privilege of such luck, and neither did Sage. Visions only came when necessary, when you desperately had to see what transpired between the past or future. Not that all of it will matter now. Our existence as one will disappear. I know how to sever it, but it's going to require our blood, I state, grinding my teeth at the realization of what I am going to do. Severing a fated bond has consequences like all actions do, and if not done correctly, we could both die. With a mated bond created by the moon goddess, a blue string of fate ties mates together, but in a fated bond created by a dark witch that ties our souls together with a red string. That red string represents passion and the embodiment of love. It pulls us together no matter the circumstances. Unfortunately, only our generation of founding families seem to have an endless amount of suffering in our paths. I shouldn't be hesitating. This is for her own good. I'm protecting Sage from the curse, from me and from them. Instructing Felix to stay at Sage's side, I leave the basement and bolt to my office in search of the special knife. I kept it safe in a false trap door in the last drawer of my desk. Pulling out the knife, a circle with a star within, and incantations written in native tongue is engraved into the special silver, created with the same material as the chains. Returning back to the basement, ignoring the intense roar of thunder, almost like a blaring warning, Felix and I are on opposite ends of Sage's unconscious body, the darkness slowly disappearing to reveal her flawless porcelain skin. It won't hurt, right? I mean, you guys haven't completed the bond, Felix questions, swallowing thickly at the emotions bubbling within his chest. Felix knows the reason for Sage's sadness, for her suffering, and the reason she came to Shadowpack. Anyone would feel sympathy, but Felix is on another level. He is an empath, surprisingly, and can feel other people's emotions that he forms connections with. For the second time, our issues continue to pile atop another. Sage and I haven't completed the bond, but the same can't be said for Bella and Zero. Unfortunately, wolves can form deeper connections unknowing to us, especially when there is imbalance between each other. Sage and Bella haven't been in sync for a long time, and that became a problem. However, the completion of a fully fated bond requires marking, and both parties need to be aware of when it takes place. Zero and Bella have imprinted on each other, formed a bond that Sage and I haven't. We are operating on different playing fields, and it is showcasing, especially as the darkness awoken in Sage because of it. It's possible that we could die. I declare. What? Felix screeches in shock. Once again, a justifiable reaction to our circumstance of demise. Her wolf and Zero have bonded. In addition, this isn't a regular moon goddess bond, therefore anything is possible. After all, dark magic is stronger and much more lethal. What about the pack? He stutters, running his fingers vigorously through his damp hair. You will be Alpha. I speak. The situation would be different if I had any living relatives, but I don't. Felix didn't want to accept the truth, but if I die, then my beta will take the position of Alpha of Shadowpack. This contingency plan was determined years ago and is happening sooner than we anticipated. Nevertheless, the outcome was always going to be the same. He exhales a harsh breath of defeat. Shouldn't she at least be awake for this? Shaking my head, this is better. She won't feel any pain. Taking a deep breath, I focus on what my eyes are unable to see. It is a trick that witches learn. Everything around them is mere surface level, and we have to go beyond that. closing my eyes, focusing on my breathing technique, and after I feel my body become lightweight, I open my eyes. I'm faced with the spiritual realm of our world tainted in gray. Endless wisps begin, distorting the once silence I had. Felix is frozen in place, but that's only because in the spiritual realm, anyone who isn't in it will automatically be depicted as a statue. Everything is the same, except for the lack of color. I wasn't able to see the spirits, but the endless whispers are from them. Voices are everywhere, just like they are. Looking down, my hand intertwining with Sage's so that I can pull her into the realm with me. Suddenly, the red string is vivid and practically glowing among the gray colors. It's tied to our ring fingers, and I admire how strong it is. Despite our lack of connection to each other, it's not thin or brittle, but thick and strong. Tugging on the string with my thumb, it immediately springs back into place, strong yet soft like silk. The pit in my stomach drops, suppressing the fascination of our bond and pulling me back to reality. Bringing the knife to Sage's left hand, I slice her palm and watch the blood pool at the middle. Reciprocating the action on my left hand, only mine's doesn't bleed crimson, but instead black. That's the difference between us. I'm tainted, and she isn't. Tipping our bloody hands forward until the blood slowly begins to seep into the string. The blood takes a while before connecting at the middle, intertwining like a physical entity dancing. Swallowing my hesitation, I drown out my own emotions of letting her go. Lifting the knife up high, aiming it at the middle of the red string, to our fate. Do it. Do it. Just do it. Fucking cut the string! My mind screams at me, drawing me in different directions. My heart and mind fighting a fierce battle, but my mind wins, and I bring the knife down with a force. I watch the string snap, both ends falling to the ground in slow motion. Our bond has been severed, and suddenly the pain is like a sword to the heart. It's intense, it's crippling, and making me see black spots. Bringing a bloody hand to my chest, the palm searing my skin. Losing the ability to breathe as I choke on the pain, on the sadness, on the heartbreak. It's too much. It's too consuming. Coughing as the pain seems to radiate and my veins begin to pump darkness once again. I hear drowned-out laughter echoing throughout the realm. This should be fun. The voice laughs before I blink, and the color bleeds back into life. Maverick, Felix's voice snaps me out of the trance. It's done. I confirm, feeling my heart bleed from the inside. Sage King. Something is wrong. Lately, I've been saying this too many times. Honestly, I would love to chalk it down to the eerie sensation that creeps up my spine every time I look or even think of the forest. There is something lurking within the depths of those trees. However, I couldn't quite place my finger on whether that was the reason for this uncomfortable piercing pain within my heart. I'm used to feeling pain. It's an endless loop of agony. But this was different. I felt empty, which made me call upon Bella. Not surprisingly, she didn't answer. Our solid foundation has been crumbling ever since Callan, but I can always sense her even when we don't communicate. This time, I cannot feel anything. An emptiness carries from my mind and into my heart, relinquishing all sense of emotions. I'm completely numb, and I can't decide if I should enjoy it or not. Something is telling me that this lack of emotions, this emptiness, isn't right. Since last night, it's been lingering. Like my body has been detached from this world. I no longer feel my heart. I no longer feel anything besides the hollow beating organ in my chest. Does it scare me? Am I dead? That would be a relief. It brings me back to that night when I saw Maverick in that state, and something snapped inside of me. Fear suffocating my lungs at the thought of him disappearing, of him dying. He is the only one left in my life, and if I lost him, then what was the point of being here? I'm a mere vessel, roaming around and waiting for the end. I am barely living, but losing Maverick will disintegrate my existence. I didn't realize that I'm clinging onto him, my raft from this pool of sorrow. If he died, I would be driven off the cliff and descend into insanity. The problem is that I only remember Felix coming to the rescue with the chains and us restraining Maverick. One moment I was there, and before I knew it, I blinked and was back in my bed. The sun temporarily blinding me, bringing forth attention to every muscle in my body, practically burning and begging for any sort of relief. I could barely move my hand, shielding my eyes, and that's when I noticed the scar tissue in the middle of my palm. flexing my fingers, trying to decipher if the scar was really there. It wasn't disappearing. This was real. That fog seeped into my mind, the silence becoming deafening as the realization sank in. I felt nothing and I couldn't feel Bella. Suddenly, my heart began to race as I attempted to reach her. Nothing, no reply or even her presence. The only person capable of gaining a reaction from Bella was Maverick, therefore I attempted to get out of bed. To no surprise, I was incapable of moving another muscle. Therefore I was stuck in bed for 2 days with Felix as my nurse. Felix purposely avoided speaking about Maverick, while he avoids me completely. They are hiding something from me. I see it every time Felix is around me. He becomes fidgety and purposely forces a smile on his lips when I question his behavior. I hear footsteps downstairs, straining my ears to decipher which part of the house they fell in, the fireplace. The moment played on an endless loop of the moment we shared, a reaction garnered by the memory of Maverick. Fuck. That is the most I have felt, and because of him. I knew he was hiding from me. The reason remains unknown, yet I didn't care. Everyone feared him, but I didn't. Therefore, I needed my answers to these scary questions. Keeping my feet light as possible, my path leading to his office. Barging in unannounced, expecting to catch him off guard. There was no reaction to my visit. His chair was twisted so that he faced the window that displayed the forbidden forest which seemingly haunted my dreams. Everything is bathed in darkness. No ounce of light except for the moon illuminating his office. Maverick's scent was embedded in the office, rich vanilla and harsh notes of sandalwood. Embarrassingly, I took a deep inhale and savored how hypnotic one's scent could truly be. Maverick? He makes no move to turn around, and suddenly a chill creeps up my spine, making me shudder. Wolves emit heat constantly, yet I felt cold here despite my insides practically burning. With each step, I await him to miraculously turn around, but he doesn't. Reaching his desk, I'm anticipating Bella to appear with this desperation for our fated. I thought this would be my last resort at bringing her back. Maverick and Zero always see the vulnerable side of her compared to me. Hence why this is concerning when I don't feel her at all around him. The reaction to him used to feel like a volcano. Now it's a mere flame. Rubbing a palm over my chest, relieving the ache emitting from my heart. "Why are you avoiding me?" I quiz, still communicating with the back of his leather chair. He slowly turns the chair around, silence choking me while the darkness bleeds from his back. "I'm not avoiding you," he clarifies, fighting the urge to roll my eyes at his lies. What captures my attention is the midnight blue orbs practically leaking with turmoil. I couldn't place my finger on it, an array of emotions spiraling yet remaining empty. Raising my brow at him, studying the defensive exterior, even though he looked completely powerful amidst the darkness. "You're hiding something." Maverick is unwavering, capturing my attention with those magnetic orbs. "I hide a lot of things." His voice is pure honey, deep and rich. For a second, my eyes drifted to his plush red lips, wondering if they would be soft and taste like vanilla extract. Shaking my head, this wasn't why I came here. Those thoughts of admiration towards his entrancing features were purely my own, not a hint of Bella. "Something is wrong," I whisper. Maverick arches his brow, studying my worrisome demeanor. "Why do you say that?" The question throws me off, watching his jaw clench painfully. "I don't feel anything," I answer. I don't give him time to react, rounding the desk and towards him. His intoxicating scent is making me feel alive, but only me and not Bella. My heart beats erratically. Being near him and around him is another near-death experience, because Maverick is a work of art. Immediately, a piercing pain emits from my heart, my eyes burning from the unshed tears, but whatever is transpiring upon my face garners a reaction from Maverick. Those haunted eyes analyzing every motion. "Are you okay?" Somehow I'm thrusted into that nightmare of watching those eyes bleed black with no recollection of time, of space, of me. "I can't feel Bella," I answer in a mere whisper, afraid of the truth being spoken aloud. Maverick frowns, his eyes darkening as he stands. "What do you mean you can't feel her?" enunciating each word slowly. "It's empty. I can't feel her or anything else." Pointing my finger to the side of my head, his jaw clenches painfully, anger melting into his eyes. "What else?" he questions harshly. "I can only feel things around you." The electricity charges between us, a once cold breeze brushing my skin now turning into fire, engulfing us whole. The ink practically alive as I study every inch. This wasn't the time to be admiring his dark arts, and clearly Maverick knew that too. His fingers run vigorously through black matted hair, veins protruding in his neck before slicing the silence around us. Fuck, my confusion at his composed state crumbling under my eyes, shaking his head and exhaling harshly. Fuck, fuck, fuck. You know something, tell me. I demand. It's obvious by his reaction. Maverick swallows, not meeting my eyes. It doesn't matter now. Maverick, what the fuck happened? I angrily question. Except neither my anger nor intimidation would make him submit to me. Kiss me, I order. His eyes scrutinize me, but I notice the surprise. What? It was a theory. If Bella only peeked and came alive because of Maverick before this mess, then he would be the one to bring her back. Maybe being in his presence wasn't enough. Maybe I had to take it a step further with physical contact. A twisted logic, an even more ridiculous plan. But I need Bella back. Without giving him an answer, my hands dig into the fabric of his silk shirt as I tug him into me. Our lips collide in what could only be described as an explosion. Lava flowing through my veins as I taste the plush pillows of his lips, soft, and yet I dare beg to pierce them and taste the blood. Maverick is caught off guard, but his lips move expertly against mine. It's a kiss of desperation, of desire and yearning. The most I have ever felt is leaking from this kiss, a tsunami erupting in my chest and making my heart flutter. It's not sweet, it's hunger to devour each other's souls. That's when I feel the wall weaken. Bella's eyes and voice becoming muffled, but I hear her, I can see her. I pull away reluctantly from the kiss and stare at his lustful gaze. She came back, I laugh. I was right. Right about what? She only comes back when we have physical contact. Maverick, hail. She only comes back when we have physical contact. She speaks. This wasn't supposed to happen. Everything is catching me off guard. Ever since the severing of our bond, I expected Sage to become wary of our non-existent attraction towards each other, of the hollowness surfacing in our hearts. But that pit never surfaced. Our hearts felt connected despite severing our thread. Something wasn't right, especially if we felt this intense connection to devour each other. That kiss solidified that something was there between us, fueled with passion and desire, unlike anything I've ever tasted before, consuming me from the inside and leaving nothing but Sage King in my soul. There was no denying that we were in the midst of exploding and descending into forbidden territory. We have a huge problem. Zero couldn't reach Bella, and he can always reach her. Whatever was transpiring wasn't to be taken lightly. Sage being unable to connect with Bella, feeling that emptiness where her wolf was supposed to be. It's dangerous. Separating my feelings from relishing in one addicting kiss, I shake my head and focus on her. Those silver eyes leaking with lust, reciprocating my own. We were magnets, meant to repel, but that only made us collide in a catastrophic way. Did she return? I ask, alerting Zero to decipher if Bella is back. Unfortunately, by his tone and angered state, she wasn't. Sage's eyes are forlorn, like she was staring through me and not present in the moment. I saw her, I heard her voice, and then once again, nothing. I exhale sharply. This was even more detrimental than I thought. The endless possibilities of whether I'm the reason Sage is losing her wolf. No, I'm certain that the reason her connection is ceasing to exist with Bella is because of me. Maybe it's the consequences of trying to sever a fated bond. Dealings with dark witches, especially dark magic, always comes at a price. Shouldn't we both have these side effects? Shouldn't Zero disappear? Why only Sage? Why only Bella? The main reason is me. I did this to her. I am the reason that Sage is possibly losing her wolf. Maverick, she comes back when we have physical contact. She declares fiercely with a ghost smile. Frowning, it won't matter if she continues to leave after, I remind. Sage's shoulders drop, all the hope escaping her. She is spiraling, all those emotions of sorrow and agony playing on an endless loop. I knew when she came here that she only came to die, but I wasn't going to let that happen. Neither could we be mated for her to find any joy. If all she desired was for her pain to stop, why isn't she rejoicing in this predicament? Arching my brow at her, isn't this what you wanted? I study her, the way she doesn't fidget and is unmoving like a marble statue. Sage is fading beyond her own powers, and because of me, I've severed our bond, enabling an even worse fate for her. Bella is all I have, she whispers, unable to meet my eyes. She has always been there and without. She pauses and swallows as if the words are too painful to speak aloud. Without Callan, she is all I have and the only connection I have to him. The cracks in her voice convey the pain in her heart, how truly alone she is and how much she misses her brother. Bella and Sage might not have a proper communication and a stagnant bond, but they truly love each other. I sigh, running my fingers through my hair in frustration. I should resist her, prevent any further connection of rekindling between us, but I'm responsible for this tragedy. I will be responsible if Bella is gone forever. What do you propose we do? I question. Assisting her during this time is all I can do. For a second, her eyes widen in shock before recomposing herself. Bella only comes back if we have physical contact. It is no longer enough to simply be in your presence. Therefore, I propose a deal. Raising my brow at her, a deal? A contract of sorts. You can help me get Bella back through the acts of sex, she announces, and I have to compose myself from showcasing the surprise. Sage caught me off guard. But more importantly, I didn't expect those words to leave her lips. I didn't expect her to be this bold about her proposition. Let me get this straight. You want us to have sex in order to get your wolf back? Needing to clarify her words because surely I was daydreaming. Sage rolls her eyes, exasperated and annoyed that I would ask her to repeat herself. Yes, if kissing brought her back temporarily, then surely taking it a step further will ensure she permanently comes back. I wanted to laugh. I wanted to laugh at how ridiculous this sounded. Sage and I shouldn't be physical. We were fated, and one move to deepen our connection will lead to marking and mating. It would be inevitable, marking each other out of pure carnage desire to own one another. Then again, I severed our bond, so it wouldn't affect us if we had sex. Closing the distance between us, I watch her pupils dilate into the darkness. Is that the only reason you want me? Sage is the only one that doesn't shy away from me, that doesn't run from whatever darkness is eating my soul alive. She faces me with maliciousness and strength that will devour me in a second. We are magnets indeed, repelling each other until we implode. Why else would I want you? She retaliates. A smirk creeps upon my lips. If I enter this contract with you, what am I getting in return? This time, a sinister smile plays upon her lips. Sage is unlike any other woman. Her seduction is pure agony to the one at her mercy, which happens to be me. You get me, she declares. What makes you think I want you? I indeed wanted to eat her alive, rip her heart from her chest so that it beats only for me. Sage rolls her eyes dramatically like a brat would. I know you want me. I see the way you look at me. You mean the same way you look at me. I spit back, giving her a taste of her own medicine. If I wanted her, she wanted to consume me all the same. Do we have a deal or not? Cheeks flushing crimson. Dragging my tongue across my bottom lip, tasting her and how exquisite she was, the sweet coconut tantalizing my tongue, Sage would be even sweeter on the inside as I tear her apart. Oh, I don't think you can handle my taste. I clarify, Sage wouldn't handle the things I'm into. Crossing her arms, trust me, I can handle anything, least of all you. So, do we have a deal? Extending her hand for me to solidify the agreement, staring at her hand, delicate and smaller as I encase it with my own. We do? No strings attached, she states. Our bond was severed. Feelings wouldn't be a problem in this situation. We wouldn't have to worry about marking each other. No strings attached. Sage King. No strings attached. The words echo on an endless loop since yesterday. I cringe, drawing the covers over my head with a groan of embarrassment and agitation escaping my lips. I shouldn't be embarrassed. Sex was simply sex and nothing more. This was for Bella, and I'll do anything to have her back. However, something tells me sex with Maverick will be completely earth-shattering. When we kissed, it was an explosion of our souls. If Bella didn't appear in that exact moment, I would have relished and continued until nothing was left between us. The reasoning behind her disappearance and reappearance with only physical actions with Maverick is suspicious, but most things in our universe have unanswered questions, and this falls along that category. Fated mates are complicated. They are in another league with questions spewing in every direction. Amethyst and Caden had issues far beyond being fated mates. Maybe we are all destined for disaster. Are you going to live under there forever? A familiar voice questions. Maybe. I like it here, I reply, suppressing all those thoughts of him. Pulling the covers down, I'm seemingly holding my breath at the fact that Maverick is at the foot of my bed. He looms over me, a tower of terror and addiction all wrapped together. There is no denying that the man is built like sin, ink creeping upon his neck like darkness. We could have sex right now? Is that what he wants? Hopefully, one time is enough to get Bella back, because I wouldn't survive more than one time with him. Clearly, my heart would suffer the agony and withdrawal. The darkness emitting from the dark ocean is captivating. To my knowledge, we are entranced, and that breaks when he shakes his head and clears his throat. Not happening, he declares, making my brows furrow. I didn't even say anything, clicking my tongue. It's not like he can read my mind. You didn't have saying anything. Those eyes are a mirror to how you feel. Rolling my eyes, locking him with a glare. You aren't a mind reader, nor skilled enough to determine my actions through mere eye contact. Our arguments could last hours, neither of us willing to lose. Clearly, whatever he wanted was important enough to stop our back and forth. Exhaling, I pat my sides and stare at the ceiling as I say, "Come on, let's get this over with." The agreement was for no strings attached. We didn't need to form a connection or romance each other with foreplay. Absolutely no need to become emotionally invested. Ever. For the first time, Maverick laughs. It bounces off the walls, mirroring the sun beaming in my room as it radiates with warmth. I'm caught off guard and in awe of the sound, deep and rough. One would assume I said something worthy of hearing his laughter, especially from someone who doesn't show any emotions. This was foreign, and I liked it. As nice as that sounds, he chuckles, folding his arms across his chest. I have a busy day today, and you are coming with me. Therefore, we have no time for whatever you think was going to happening in that bed. Motioning with his index finger at my figure situated on the bed with a mischievous grin. Why am I needed? I never agreed to other terms. I point out, sitting up and sparking defiance at these unmentionable requests. He raises his brow playfully. Didn't you say that if I agreed to this deal, then I get you, right now, I want you to come with me? Shaking my head, this wasn't part of the deal. No. He sighs in defeat. Okay, then our deal is off. Good luck trying to get Bella back without me. Waving his hand as he turns around, taking steps to leave. Panic immediately washes my cells. Without Maverick, there is no way of getting her back. Probably the curse of fated mates, but I knew that deep in my bones. I needed him, whether I liked it or not. Wait, his steps halts. Where are we going? I ask. To visit my pack. He answers vaguely. I groan, suppressing my distaste. Fine, I'll go with you. Wait, his steps halts. Where are we cruel, his pocket? Somehow I found it hard to believe that Maverick was simply doing his diligence as an alpha. I've heard the rumors. He was cold and calculating, harsh and cruel to his pack members. Shadow Pack is known as the #1 for a reason, assassinations exceeding even our expectations. They were ruthless and cutthroat, just like their alpha. Maverick lived an hour away from his pack, for reasons unbeknownst to me. He secluded himself, and I'm not sure if it was for his benefit or the pack's. My expectations lowered to the ground, expecting pack members fearful of him, of the cold alpha. That wasn't what I got. I expect darkness, a cloud of sadness and despair upon them. But Shadow Pack was the complete opposite. They were bubbly and welcoming despite the rumors. I have no doubt that some were ruthless killers. However, their smiles were nothing but genuine happiness shining through. The pack house was enormous, twice the size of Maverick's mansion. According to him, the wolves who live here are directly linked to him, which is code for the ones that are involved in his assassination team. There was over 50 living here with enough room for more. They were young, and it was clear they all have deep respect for Maverick. While he wasn't as affectionate and open with his emotions like them, he was appreciative of them in his own way. Apparently, the saying of never judge a book by its cover rings true. None of them were afraid of their alpha. They admired and respected him. The perception of Shadow Pack is deeply skewed. You have an office here? I quiz, as he opens the door to one. Yes, some duties are needed to be fulfilled here, he answers, rounding the desk to take a seat. Following suit, I drop onto the plush leather chair opposite. If we were going to sit here, you could have done it alone, I clarify. Maverick shakes his head. Unfortunately, I wasn't willing to make 2 trips. Raising my brow at his vague response, he doesn't meet my eyes as I begin to question him further. What? My words are cut off by a knock on his door, and suddenly I'm faced with familiar, soft honey eyes. Indeed, Felix resembles the sun that radiates warmth and fresh air. One could even compare him to a sunflower. Felix, I smile, surprised to see him again, but not entirely since he is the beta. A smile that makes my heart wallop stretches upon his face. Sage, I didn't think you would be coming today. I shrug. I'm as surprised as you. Apparently someone needed me here to be eye candy. Directing my thumb to Maverick over my shoulder, Felix chuckles, nearing us and bowing in respect to his alpha. Trinity, Xavier, Daniel, and Serena are back from Mission X. Maverick meets Felix's eyes, having a private conversation instead of speaking in code. Frankly, if I wasn't preoccupied with Bella's departure, I would have been more interested about Mission X. After a few minutes of silence, boredom heavily weighing my limbs down. If you guys are just going to talk through the mind link, I can leave. It's not like I wanted to be here in the first place. That gains both their attention. You aren't going anywhere. Maverick declares firmly, scolding me. Then why am I here? I grit, annoyance rattling my bones. Felix splits his attention between us. Wait, why is she here? Motioning to Felix. See, I would like to know the answer as well. I stress. Maverick sighs, visibly annoyed by the amount of questions directed at him. We are going to Insatiable. I'm lost. I state, is that like a vampire sex club? Are they going to take my blood? Felix' jaw drops. And you are taking Sage? Surprise and worry marrying his orbs. Maverick nods, and Felix chuckles half-heartedly. I don't think that's a good idea. Okay, what is Insatiable? A sinister grin forms on his plush red lips. It's a sex club, owned by Veronica and Desmond. Viscers, and who are they? Felix is the one to answer as succubus and incubus. My eyes widen, shock evident in them. Wait, it's a supernatural sex club. Maverick finishes. Sage King. Sex clubs weren't foreign, but one among our kind is rare, a mere myth. The spectrum of supernatural creatures are vast, way beyond us werewolves, therefore meeting all those needs are difficult and unimaginable. Humans wouldn't be able to handle their tastes, especially on the scale of pain. Regarding both of their reactions, it mirrored the 2 sides of a coin. Felix and Maverick have been there plenty of times. This wasn't foreign to them compared to me. I wasn't emotionally attached to Maverick, but the thought agitated me that he has been to this sex club. The irritation grated upon my skin like nails breaking the surface, causing crimson to bleed. I had to resist the urge, squash the feeling of something akin to jealousy. I don't think that's a good idea, Felix comments, splitting his attention between us. Those honey orbs leaking with concern, a mixture of fear and sympathy shining through. His warmth overcomes all those emotions, like a reassuring hand soothing my back. Why? Maverick's deep voice leaving no room for arguments. However, this was his beta, and intimidation didn't work on Felix. Think about it. Do you really think that setting is the best for either of you? Maverick stretches his arm across the table, casting a lethal shadow with his thick lashes. Who are you to dictate what is best for us? Felix exhales, frustration evident on his features. Don't say I didn't warn you. There aren't any more words exchanged, and Felix leaves. The air is suffocating, clearly smoke that emitted from both of them. So, who are Veronica and Desmond? I quiz, attempting to soften the air around us. Maverick doesn't meet my eyes, resuming his paperwork. As I stated, a succubus and incubus. I nod, intrigued because I've never met either. And they own Insatiable? Yes. Veronica came up with the club, the business plan, and designed the overall layout of the place, while Desmond invested in her. That would cost a lot. I doubt you would give me that kind of money unless we were married. I laugh, the idea being utterly ridiculous. They are married, Maverick states nonchalantly, and I would give you the money on the condition of a detailed business plan and a guarantee that you will double in profits. He smirks. This tension is going to sound colliding with tarmac. Shh. This tension is going to kill me before we even get there. Silence. It's so quiet that the only sound emits from the tires colliding with tarmac. Maverick and Felix clearly haven't resolved anything from the morning, the animosity creating a thick, gray fog between them. Thankfully, we were apparently 10 minutes away. Being stuck for half an hour in this car will be the reason I die. Any longer, and I'm throwing myself out. I did find it strange that for the last 15 minutes, there is nothing but emptiness. On both sides, it resembles a desert. Only fields of sand. In the darkness, even I could make out the vivid orange and red sand dancing on both sides of my windows. Sitting in the back seat had its perks. I think you have the wrong place. I point out, obviously he isn't blind to what's surrounding us. Neither of them listens until we come to halt in the middle of nowhere. Still on the road with no reply, they jump out of the car. I sigh, following suit. The air is much more breathable than in the car, taking a lungful before stepping ahead of them. We are staring at nothing. Literally, nothing. Taking a deep breath, blood beginning to boil as I turn around to face them. Let me get this straight. You insisted that I spend the entire day with you because you were too lazy to pick me up at night, all to bring me here. Grinding my teeth as my voice echoes in the distance, a humorless chuckle escapes my lips, shaking my head. You really know how to waste my time. Before I could approach the Jeep, Maverick grabs a hold of my bicep and swings me around until my back is against his heated chest. Sparks emit from his touch. Time is never wasted when you are with me, he says, covering my eyes with his hands. Are you serious right now? We playing hide and seek? Get your hands off me, Maverick! I demand. Touch doesn't bring Bella back, and he is wasting my time bringing me here, in the middle of nowhere. Suddenly, Maverick takes his hands away, and my eyes blink away the dots. I'm speechless, at a loss for words with what is in front of me. Chills creep up my spine, excitement blooming in my chest at the gigantic black pyramid. It's huge, sleek, and so tall that I could barely see the tip of it. Among the desert laid this black pyramid. This was indeed a masterpiece and any architect's dream creation. Wow! Maverick laughs, the sound light and yet rattles my bones. Always nice to get the first reactions. Shaking my head in complete awe. How come I couldn't see it before? There is a spell that ensures it's invisible to everyone's eyes, except for the ones who are invited or been here before. Since you haven't, I unveiled it for you. Sometimes it evades my mind that Maverick has plenty of secrets. And to this day, I still don't know even a fraction of them. That night, deep in the forest, was a perfect example of one of his secrets. This wasn't the time nor the place to reopen that wound. Pushing the intrusive thoughts aside, I relish in the exquisite work of art in front of me. Maverick urges me to move forward, and Felix behind me with a gentle press on my shoulder. Once we reach the pyramid, I realize there is no door. The pyramid is a sleek black exterior. You couldn't see anything inside, nor could you see your own reflection. Fascinating, a never-ending glass. Suddenly, the scent of Maverick's blood flushes my insides, dilating my pupils and making my cells buzz in excitement, the sweet vanilla scent becoming intoxicating. If I was a vampire, there is a chance I would bleed him dry. Maverick runs the pad of this thumb horizontally across the glass, crimson marking the darkness before it melts into the glass. That's cool, I comment. Felix laughs. After a couple times, it gets boring. This certainly wouldn't get boring in my books. I watch as a large portion of the mirror starts to sink into the ground with ease, like water. Darkness in its path as I follow Maverick, Felix on my heels. Once we step inside, the door is quickly rising and locking us in here. Music can be heard, muffled yet bouncing off the walls. Bright lights illuminate the passage. I'm intrigued by the tunnel of mirrors before us. Floor to ceiling, the mirrors were situated in a pattern of one sticking out while the other is indented into the wall. Cream-colored beams lit along the lines separating each mirror. It's like a fun house filled with mirrors, only 1,000 times better than a regular one at a carnival. In the midst of my distraction, I wasn't aware that my feet were moving, and unknowingly I collide with Maverick's back. Shit. Reeling back, it's come to my surprise that we are at a dead end. Literally, we are facing a black wall. I knew this was too good to be true, I mutter in disappointment. Sidestepping Maverick, I'm confused because I never saw the buttons before. They resembled the ones found in an elevator, white lights surrounding each squared button. Reading the dial, "It has 20 floors?" I quiz. "Yes," Felix answers, and my smile widens to my dismay. "Which one are we going to?" 16th. I'm absolutely giddy in this moment, joy and excitement flowing through my bloodstream. For the first time in a long time, the feeling was strange, but I relished in it. The wall slowly descends into the ground, revealing neon pink lights along the staircase. With each step, I take in that each side is filled with mirrors and my reflection is tinted in crimson. The music becomes clearer, distinctive, and I make out the sensual and seductive notes. Music can be the embodiment of sex, and this song playing right now was indeed a reflection of that. Taking a left, it's possible that my jaw hit the ground in surprise. The exterior of the pyramid was nothing compared to the interior, my eyes moving in different directions all at once. From the clear cubes that hung from the ceiling, within further inspection, I make out that there are women dancing within the confinement of four walls. Decked in leather, they swing their hips attuned to the music. Even more captivating is within a great distance, rows upon rows of red lights beaming in squares. That's when I notice there are silhouetted women dancing behind bars, all in a shadow with the spotlight of neon red behind them. As we walk through, on either side of me are dome-shaped cages. There are plenty, and they are spacious while not being overwhelming. My eyes zero in on a man feasting upon a woman's neck, both naked and covered in splotches of blood and bite marks. By the bloody veins protruding in her eyes, making them bleed with something unnatural, I realize that she is also a vampire. They were indulging in a fantasy, probably blood play. I couldn't pinpoint my reaction, a mixture of excitement, thrill, and a hint of fear. Various creatures resided in these cages, couples upon couples. Every creature in existence was here, from the fays to the demons. They were playing out exactly what I would expect from a sex club, with handcuffs, blindfolds, dominance, blood, etc. "Are you freaking out?" Felix asks, his heated breath skating across my skin and leaving goosebumps in their wake. Shaking my head, just overwhelmed. Understatement, I was more captivated than I've been in a long time, every sensation rattling my core. However, every kink was being played out in front of me, therefore I couldn't understand the differentiation among the floors. What floor is this? The thrill of no escape, caged, restrained, with no way out. Maverick answers, putting the pieces together easily. "Why did you pick this one?" I ask. "Veronica and Desmond are usually here. It's their favorite." We continue our path until we reach 5 huge pentagon-shaped cages near the silhouetted women. A rectangular white couch in front of the cages with a man and woman seated on them, watching the foursome play out in front of them. Somehow they sense our presence and diverts their attention to us. Beautiful wasn't even the word to describe them. I read that succubuses and incubuses are otherworldly beautiful specifically to entrap their victims. Clearly those books were right. Piercing emeralds mirror crystals, while the man had hypnotic walnut-colored orbs. A smile stretched upon their lips as they approached us. "I didn't expect you back." The woman smiled, and it brought the same feeling of irritation to my skin. "Veronica, Desmond, it's been a while." Maverick offers his own sense of greetings, evasive of a smile, yet his words weren't biting like they usually do. So, I was right, the beauty matched the owners of extraordinary powers to take one's soul. "Didn't think you would come back after last time, Felix." Desmond chuckles, and I watch Felix's face flush with embarrassment when they meet my eyes. "What happened last time?" I question. "Oh, he got a little carried away and thought he switched species for a moment, vampire." Desmond whispers the last part, amusement dancing in his eyes. "Please don't tell the story." Felix groans. Veronica is the one to break our conversation. "You brought Sage." She beams, as if my appearance was special. That caught me by surprise. "You know me?" She nods in excitement. "Oh, we have heard all about you from Maverick," throwing a subtle wink in his direction. "Are you guys going to participate tonight?" Demon questions, stretching his arms towards everything transpiring on this floor. Maverick is the one to answer for me. "Observers, I'm just showing her around." Veronica pouts in defeat. "What a shame, but I do hope you enjoy yourself, Sage." I smile, liking her energy. "I already am." "Will Azrael be coming tonight?" Maverick questions. The name sounded familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere, but I couldn't determine if it was simply a name or something more. Desmond taps his jaw, deep in thought, before replying, I'm not sure. Drusilla was busy these past couple of months, and you know he doesn't come here unless all of them are free. His response sparked confusion. All of them? His wives, Desmond clarifies. My jaw drops. I must not have heard correctly. Wives? Veronica chuckles. Yes, darling, he has 4 wives. Sage King. Let me get this straight, pausing to digest the information as I continue. He has 4 wives? Maverick eyes me from the corner of his eyes, irritation racketing his features. Sage, you have asked this question almost 8 times now. Walking in step with him, trying to dig deeper into this profound relationship I never knew existed. That Maverick has a bestie, who has 4 wives. While I do admit the dynamic surprised me, it piqued my interest more. Come on, don't you wonder how that works? I ask. Azrael is probably a real ladies' man to capture the hearts of 4 women. In the midst of my analysis, I didn't notice that Maverick has stopped walking, twisting his body until those magnetic dark blue orbs are invading the private thoughts of my mind. I don't want to imagine how it works. The image will haunt me, he states very seriously, that I couldn't help but crack a small smile at his intense tone. I thought the conversation was over. Clearly, Maverick decided a lecture was in dire need for my irrational behavior. There are many forms of relationships. Werewolves aren't accustomed to it simply because they have a mate gifted by the moon goddess. Other species are not as lucky. They have to fall in love multiple times in order to find the one or never find them at all. To my knowledge, vampires don't have mates. Furrowing my brows, vampires? Out of all the creatures in existence, Maverick chose to mention them specifically. That is when everything clicked, the reason why his name sounded familiar. My jaw practically drops to the ground, orbs widening in utter astonishment. You are friends with the Azrael Petrov? We are not friends, only acquaintances. Maverick concludes, ending the conversation while I'm utterly flabbergasted with the knowledge that he has friends, especially one that is a king. Shaking my head, I can't believe you have friends, let alone one that is a king. He catches me off guard, leaning into me and invading my personal space. My heart betrays me, fluttering and pounding in tune to the music. His breath is fire against my skin like his fingertips as they skate over my exposed collarbone. Suddenly, Maverick is all I see and the focus of all my attention. There are many things that you don't know about me. However, you were also the one that drew the line between us, declaring that this deal between us doesn't extend to each other's personal life. You didn't want to know anything about me and my world. All you want is Bella back. All you want is for us to have sex and nothing more beyond that. So now I ask, why the sudden interest in my personal life, darling? He grins maliciously and sinisterly, while his words practically burn on my tongue like whiskey. My brain isn't cooperating. Each time I want to answer him back with the same wit. I'm drawing a blank. I could feel my cheeks begin to heat, flushing crimson from more than just the heat sparking between us. I'm embarrassed and frustrated with him. If only he would have simply fucked me and not desire more. It's clear to me that what Maverick wants isn't just all of me. He wants my mind, body, and soul. That grin is laced with mischief, and for someone whose permanent face is rather inexpressive, it's intriguing to peel the layers of him. While his face usually isn't in correspondence to his heart, he is more expressive around me than when I saw him during those founding families meetings. I'm not interested in your personal life, I snap, annoyed by my reaction towards him. Bella isn't here, therefore I can't justify why I'm reacting this way. I just want to know how you are friends with a vampire king. Maverick leans into me, disappearing into the crook of my neck as I hear him inhale softly before exhaling onto me. The action causes goosebumps to arise. Your scent certainly tells me something different. There is no way he wasn't that good at reading me. Maverick retracts, stretching to his full height as he studies me through hooded eyes. Everything you want, it comes from me, arching his brow in satisfaction. Is this his way of toying with me? I'm seething at how he makes my entire blood boil. There is a portion of me that is not above kicking him in the balls, plastering a fake smile onto my lips. Forget it. Maverick, deep laughter is the highlight, drowning the music as he finds amusement in my irritation. I honestly wanted to know the connection between him and Azrael. While the werewolves are ruled by the founding families, vampires are completely different. The entire vampire nation is ruled by Azrael Petrov, hence why I was astounded by the information that he has 4 wives. Other species are not privileged to that kind of information. There is only the simply one of who rules them, and nothing more. All creatures have secrets that are left in the dark, especially when it comes to fays. They never disclose anything. No one even knows who rules them. Veronica and Desmond excused themselves a while back. Apparently there was trouble on the 19th floor. While I wanted to explore all 20, Maverick didn't see that as a good idea. In fact, that request was out of the question entirely. "Didn't you tell Veronica that you were going to show me around?" I remind him, as Maverick pushes the button to the 2nd floor. "If I didn't, then they would have taken the responsibility of doing it themselves, and I don't want that," he states as I watch the floor sink back into the ground. "Why not?" He doesn't give me an answer, and I take in the fact that another staircase appears that is lit with neon green in its path. I find it odd that the dynamic of switching floors, walking up and down, resembles a puzzle. The music is much more intense, shaking the walls and causing my body to vibrate as we ascend the staircase. "He's afraid that they would try something with you." Felix answers, his voice low enough for only me to hear. "Aren't they married?" I ask, confused because according to Maverick they are. "They are, but they have an open relationship. Being what they are, human souls are necessary to survive on, and sometimes they just like having fun." Felix explains, laughing at the last part. "I've never seen these kinds of relationships in Blood Moon Pack. Maybe because werewolves indeed have their mates and sharing was simply out of the question. This is an entirely different side of the world I haven't explored, especially with the array of species I've never met before. Maverick's universe is different from mine, and only do I realize that it's dark beauty at its finest. I definitely wasn't going to tell him that. I wasn't going to tell him that his world is where I wanted to dig deeper into. This place taking me by surprise at every turn because the 2nd floor is a club. White squares creating a dance floor as they began to flash with neon colors. There was a decent-sized crowd, enough to make you feel claustrophobic. Similar cubes in the form of a staircase pattern led to the ceiling, encased with bottles of alcohol. There were 5 podiums scattered across the floor, all occupied. "Thought this was a sex club. How come there is a club here? If you don't want to participate in sexual acts, then this is your scene if you still want the insatiable experience." Maverick answers, his voice getting drowned by the music. "Okay, care to explain what we are doing here?" "Azrael wives are usually here." Felix points to one of the podiums. "I found Vera," referring to the girl dancing in a midnight purple cocktail dress with cutouts on the sides. "The dress wasn't what catches your attention. It's the color of her hair, lilac. It shifted between lavender and white as she swayed her hips to the music." "And Vera is?" I ask. "One of Azrael wives. She is the most playful from them," Felix adds. "And here comes Drusilla," Maverick states, and I notice a woman approaching us. Firstly, the woman is absolutely ethereal. She resembled the imagery of a Greek goddess. Olive-toned skin, accompanied by those magical black dresses that flowed to the floor like the ones gods wear. Gold bangles wrapping around her bicep in a spiral pattern as I take in how stunning she is. Ebony hair styled into a beautiful braid that fell into a half-up and trickling down her back. Her eyes were a mixture of gold and green, vivid, and easily hypnotic. She smiled, and it was heartwarming. "It's been a while, Maverick," she greets, giving Felix and I a little wave. "I could say the same. Work has been overwhelming?" Maverick questions. Everything about her was serene, especially with how easily the conversation flowed between them. I'm frustrated and turning green with envy. Maverick and I can never have a simple conversation without riling the other up. We were indeed magnets that pushed each other so hard that we repelled and began to explode. "Don't worry, he's friends with all of Azrael wives, and not once has he seen them in that way." Felix attempts to reassure, flashing me a gentle smile. "He is indeed a comfort for me, sweet and safe." "Is this Sage? I've been wanting to meet you for a long time." Drusilla smiles softly, sparkles clouding her eyes. My eyes widen at her words. Wait, you also know about me? Drusilla nods in confirmation. Of course, we all do. I smile reassuringly at her, kindness oozing from her tone, before I divert my attention to Maverick, who is coincidentally not meeting my eyes. Do you tell everyone about me? He shrugs, still not looking at me. I warn them of your carnage ways. I gasp, insulted. You piece of fire. Is Azrael here? Maverick asks Drusilla, completely cutting me off. A chuckle slips past her lips, concealing it with her hand before nodding. Yes, he is on the 6th floor with Ravana. A groan escapes Maverick, almost like he doesn't want to leave. I was clearly asking for too much. I really hope they are finished when I get there. We have been away for a while, she jokes. Thank you, he tells her, and then switches his attention towards me. I'm going to meet with Azrael. Please don't wander anywhere and stay with Drusilla and Felix. Waggling my brows, afraid I'll find someone to explore all these floors with? I joke. Maverick leans into me, a brush of soft lips against my skin, and I'm becoming an inferno. Do that, and I'll gladly show you why everyone fears me. He meets my eyes, darkness encompassing his pupils as his fingertips light a path of chills up my spine. Maverick caresses my cheek lightly. Be good, Sage. He instructs and starts to descend the staircase. I'm left frozen, every part of my brain seemingly shutting down. All I can think about is his touch, soft and yet able to destroy me in a second. I'll be at the bar. Felix breaks the spell, waving before disappearing into the crowd. This leaves me with Drusilla, and she cocks her head to the side, an amused smile on her lips. You seem distracted. Clearing my throat, a scowl on my face as I mimic his voice. Be good, Sage. This causes Drusilla to laugh. Excellent impression. Can you believe he didn't want me to see the other floors? I follow Drusilla, leading the way to a sectioned-off lounge with a large white couch. If I'm being truthful, it's better to experience every level than simply observing. You may have a point. I smile, taking a seat next to her on the couch. There are at least 4 empty bottles of champagne in front of us, and Drusilla pops the 5th with ease. Champagne? She asks, pouring a flute for herself and then for me. We sip on our champagne. Before I could ask the question brewing inside of me, Vera screams in excitement, and everyone begins to applaud her. Can I ask you a question? Sure. She waits, taking slow sips while giving me her undivided attention. Maverick and Azrael are totally besties, right? My question makes her choke, and suddenly I'm panicking. I'm so sorry. Drusilla coughs, laughter bubbling in her chest. That certainly wasn't the question I thought you were going to ask. They deny it too often, but they are totally besties, she confirms, and we both laugh. I'm totally going to make fun of him now, I declare. Maverick was right about you, Drusilla voices. He said something bad, didn't he? She shakes her head. He said we would like you, that you aren't like others. Pondering on his words, I feel like the last part was an insult. I point out, it's cool though, he isn't like others either. Drusilla waves over another woman who's dressed in a crimson glittery dress. I'm unable to see her features from that far, but she makes her way towards us. Everyone is quick to judge us, but you don't. I can't lie. I did ask Maverick if it was true about 8 times. I laugh. Understandable, I know werewolves are monogamous. However, I know when someone is judging what we have and you don't. I'm sorry if people judge you guys. I frown, not liking the thought of people twisting their relationship. Is it hard? She smiles. At the beginning it was, to love someone takes courage, and none of us had that. Her words sink into my heart. They were the truth. I don't think I would have the courage to love someone because everyone I love, they die. Maverick Hale. I'm surprised you came here after that little declaration of love for your mate. It was not a declaration of love. I cut. The man was deluding himself because those words never left my lips. Azrael chuckled. Sounded like one to me. I mean, you couldn't stop talking about her. Switching topics because he tends to ramble on and find pure joy in my misery. Maybe I will do the world a favor and just kill you. I declare, his wives are better rulers than him. He shrugs. If you could, I would have been dead already. A smirk stretching upon his lips. Indeed, even my powers weren't strong enough to kill Azrael. Then again, what could kill him? If this was in direct correlation to fantasy novels written by humans, a stake to the heart? If only life was that easy. We resided on the 20th floor, which is a bar specifically for special guests or VIP. It's almost never full. A max of 10 people is the most I've seen here. Since the last time we spoke, Azrael and his wives were having a difficult time with their new enemy. While they are deemed royalty, there are other species that want to extinct the vampire race. Similar to the witches when it comes to werewolves, we are all fighting a battle. Things must have settled for the most part if they took the time to come here. Sage is here, I announce, already regretting telling him. His red orbs widen in surprise before beaming in excitement. A mischievous grin forms. Thought she rejected you, he teases. There was no rejection involved. I growl. He raises his index finger, waving it back and forth for emphasis. I beg to differ. She said she didn't want you or that you shouldn't pursue her, and that is a sign of rejection. Taking a sip of his whiskey, but your kind takes the words very literal. He mused, the differences between our species quite vast. Vampires have more freedom, while also struggling with bloodlust opposed to werewolves who are the opposite. I came to ask you for help, not to hear you talk bullshit. I snap. What happened? Can't get it up. Azrael jokes, shaking his head with fake sympathy. Such a shame too when you finally get the girl, wiping invisible tears dramatically. Your wives won't miss you, right? I mean, if you suddenly turn up dead. After Azrael gets his kicks out of my misery, savoring every moment before finally restraining himself. So what's the damage? I think Sage lost her wolf because of me. I admit, the guilt slowly seeping into my bones and making me down the last bit of whiskey in my glass. All laughter dies from his lips. Mind explaining further? Relaying the entire events that led to this moment, Azrael is well aware of what my darkness truly is. Only a handful of people are privy to that information, and he is one of them, recounting the painful experience of severing our thread of fate, our bond. It reopens the wound on my black heart that I'm bringing Sage further pain. Azrael processes my words, searching his mind for anything relating to my situation. So, you think she lost her wolf because you severed the bond? He repeated more to himself. I know it's true. There are consequences in our world, he nods in agreement, and now the only way her wolf returns is through sex with you? Yes. What makes you so sure that you severed the bond? Through the stabbing pain, feeling my insides were being devoured. I'm pretty sure it was. I'm certain it was. Azrael shakes his head. I doubt a bond can truly be served, especially one created by the first witch. Maybe you damaged the bond and not completely cut it. There needs to be an act of healing, like after an injury. Maybe that's what is happening. The bond has to heal, hence why her wolf only returns through intimate acts, rather than simple physical touch. His words are justifiable, the theory having every crack of uncertainty filled. However, it was pure speculation from his years of dealing with different kinds. While Azrael is aware of my darkness, it became more unpredictable when it correlated to the curse. The only reason I severed our bond was to protect Sage from being devoured because of me. Because of what I am and the decisions I had made. Zero would have mentioned if the bond was still intact. He would have said something regarding Bella. Instead, it's quiet. He comes and goes, almost like he is grieving. If the bond was truly damaged, then shouldn't it fully destroy Sage? My darkness is overwhelming, any sign of weakness, and it feasts, but that isn't happening. A part of me wants to believe it, that I haven't cut our only connection with each other. There is complete gratification in the knowledge that Sage is bound to me, forever tied to me. Of course, this is all speculation. I don't know how it works with fated mates. He muses with a twist of his wrist. Did you tell her what you did? Referring to the entire ordeal that led to this moment. Knowing Sage, her resentment towards me will only grow. Her hatred would be justifiable. I took away the only thing she has left. Maybe that's what scares me, makes me keep this secret from her. No. With a shrug of his shoulder, understanding dawning over him, I guess it's the right thing for now, he marvels. Shall your relationship change, then you will have to tell her. He finishes. Rolling my eyes, a relationship is the last thing on her mind. Sage was drowning in pit of sadness. Her mental health was on an all-time low, and if I didn't drag her back here, then she would have withered in her bed. I knew her reasoning for turning to me instead of staying in her pack, with no escape. There is only one place to come to die. She doesn't have parents. Her twin died in front of her, and now she is losing her wolf. The last thing on Sage's mind is a relationship. Especially with me. There's a fuck. What the fuck? I'm in a state of shock. Surely the scene in front of me isn't truly taking place. Not once did I ever see her in this scenario. All I've seen is sadness tearing her apart from the inside. This was foreign. It had to be a trick of the mind. Sage is dancing on one of the podiums, screaming her lungs out as the crowd cheers her on. The leather jacket long discarded, revealing the knotted black t-shirt. Her leather pants are more defined, sticking to her like second skin as she shakes her ass like there is no tomorrow. "Go Sage? Yes, Queen!" Vera shouts, encouraging her from the opposite podium, and they somehow dance in tune to each other. Somehow, those eyes find me in the darkness. Her smile seemingly widens, displaying her pearly white teeth. She points a finger at me, happy at my appearance. "Baby, you're here?" I was wrong. That was the most shocking thing of the night. Never has Sage ever called me baby nor anything riddled with affection. Right now, the grief seems long forgotten, the world seen through rose-tinted glasses for her. She continues to dance, unbothered and enjoying a temporary bliss. "So that's the love of your life?" Azrael comments, a chuckle escaping his lips. Sauda reaches us, and I didn't even notice anyone else. Azrael places a kiss on her forehead before tucking her to his side. Shifting my attention towards her, but Azrael cuts me off. "Care to explain what happened?" he asks in an amused voice. "Well, Vera took Tiger Lily and gave some to Sage," she answers, and I'm restraining myself from truly choking her to death. "You gave her Tiger Lily?" I seethe, grinding my teeth. "Vera gave her." She corrects, as if it mattered who gave it to her. I could feel my body vibrate with anger. Tiger Lily was a drug specifically designed for supernatural creatures, and the doses differ in terms of species. If Vera gave her some, then it means they gave her the dosage specifically for vampires. This wasn't good. Sage doesn't have her wolf. I'm not entirely sure how far that extends to her supernatural abilities. However, I know the first time doing Tiger Lily is intense. Coupled with the fact that her intake wasn't for werewolves, there is no telling what is going to happen. "How many did she take?" I question. "I think 2. Fuck. Pushing through the crowd, I didn't care if they fell down because all I cared about was getting to Sage. Once I reached her, the smile widens. "Maverick, looking sexy as always," she comments. "Come down here, Sage," I order. Instead, she wraps her arms around my neck and leans into me. Her skin is hot, practically burning, and I see the sweat building on her brows. Sage places her forehead on mine. That's when I analyze the dilated pupils. There was no longer any gray, completely overtaken by the darkness. "I don't want to go," she whines. "She won't come down. I'm the pin bursting her bubble. Right now, she is having fun and I'm ruining it. But I don't care. I won't let anything happen to her." Without leaving her room to argue, I throw her over my shoulder. "Wow, it feels nice here too." She laughs, swinging her legs in fascination. Suddenly, I feel a smack on my ass. "Nice ass, baby," Sage declares, and I can almost feel her smirking. Her behavior was entirely different compared to when she is sober. Ignoring the passing action, I turn around and she begins to whine, "I don't want to go," making grabbing hands towards Vera and Ravana. "Yeah, well, you don't have a choice," I state. Drusilla appears next to me as I set Sage down onto the ground when we reach the entrance that Azrael and Sauda are residing at. Sage sways on her feet, and I have to wrap my arm around her waist to keep her steady. "Saudi!" she rejoices. Her eyes wander to Azrael. "Oh, Azrael is going to be so mad that you are with this handsome man." She giggles drunkenly. Drusilla settles herself on the other side of Azrael, and he wraps his arms around his wives' waists, placing emphasis on who he is to them. Eyes widening, she questions, her brain short-circuiting before she comments, "Wow." Somehow I feel insulted. "Nice to meet you, Sage." Azrael greets, meeting my eyes with satisfaction at her reaction to him. She blinks, springing into action as she turns to me. "I want 4 husbands." She demands fiercely. "That will never happen." I deadpan. A pout forms on her lips before it morphs into a grin. "I'll make you my first husband, so you can feel special." "No." Once again, her expression is changing like the tides of the sea. "Ah, then why don't you get 4 wives? It's so much fun," she smiles. Drusilla, Sauda, and Azrael laugh, finding this amusing. "I don't want 4 wives. I just want you." Sage stares at me, her eyes sparkling in awe before she begins to fan herself. Swoon. Rolling my eyes at her antics, I throw her over my shoulder, pointing my finger and warning at Azrael, "I'm never leaving her alone with your wives again." Sage King. I'm pretty sure the world was spinning, in a good way though, and I couldn't contain my laughter. This is the best I've felt in a long time. My memory is vague, a pure cloud as I search through my memories that led to this moment. I remember Ravana and Sauda joining us midway, and I was seemingly at a loss for words. Azrael's wives were absolutely stunning. Their beauty rivaled even Greek gods. Vera joined us shortly after, beaming with eternal bliss, and I was envious of that. She lacked inhibitions, of the monsters haunting my mind every passing second. Surprisingly, I got along well with all of them, and they loved me in turn, even inviting me over to their castle. Like I would pass up the chance to go to a castle. During the midst of our conversation, Vera pulled out 2 small lilac pills. She only stated that it was referred to as tiger lily, which I've never heard of. The person I was before, she would have been skeptical of them and not do any drugs that could possibly kill me. But I wasn't that girl anymore. Settling the pills under my tongue as instructed, I wondered if I would have a bad trip considering my state of mind, but the thought dispersed into the air. Vera guaranteed that no one would ever have a bad trip. It was a mood elevator, in her terms. And she did not lie. The entire world felt extraordinary. Even the air tasted sweet like candy on my tongue. My mind was an endless pit of agony and despair, filled with demons that ate me alive, and for once, all those voices ceased to exist. It's so quiet, and I love it. I'm viewing the world through rose-colored glasses, a magical universe with no pain. Fits of giggles escape my lips. I can feel sparks emit from Maverick's arm wrapped around my waist. Leaning into him, I don't want to leave this space of magic. He feels like magic under my fingertips, albeit the dark kind. "You smell so good," I compliment, inhaling copious amounts of his addictive scent. This probably isn't an attractive sight, but I couldn't help it. The heavy doses of vanilla ticking my taste buds with hints of sandalwood and droplets of pipe tobacco. Nothing has ever affected me more than his scent. It drives me crazy. A sigh of contentment escapes me, closing my eyes as I indulge in him. Sage, stop smelling me. Maverick scolds, and I feel my feet move faster than my brain can comprehend. One more time. It's comforting. I beg, burying my face into his chest. I don't notice that my legs stopped moving. All I can think about is the warmth he emits. Maverick brings me comfort, like a blanket that will protect me, and also take away my pain. It's an odd description, but it's the only explainable one I have. He lets me, despite his irritation. I'm seemingly distracted by the cold biting into my skin, detaching myself from him, and studying my surroundings. We were outside. I frown. I want to go back inside. Marching past him and back to the club, I'm hit with a dead end facing the glass. There is no entrance, simply a gigantic pyramid, and I wonder if I really went inside. Was there even a club? My jaw drops, swiveling on the balls of my feet to stare in shock at Maverick. It was a dream. I gasp, wondering if everything was true. Maverick's patience is thinning. He doesn't seem amused by the trickery going on here, a scowl permanently etched on his beautiful face. "Before I lose my patience, come here," he commands, pointing at the spot in front of him. "Oh, daddy vibes, I like it," I admit, following his orders because that was hot. His nostrils flare, those hypnotic orbs practically melting me with his rage. Get in the car, Sage. I'm loving this dominating side. It's making him sexier, in my opinion. Did I always like a dominant man? No, but with Maverick I do. Bossy? I like it. I wink, following his instructions. The vanilla is rich on my tongue, sweet and delicious as I jump into the passenger seat. Somehow, the leather feels like heaven on my ass. Maverick is in the driver's seat, typing something onto his phone before starting the engine. Every muscle in my body relaxes, the weight on my shoulders disappearing, and I feel like I'm floating on a cloud. My vision tainted with glitter, and laughter suddenly bursts from my chest as I swipe my fingers through the glitter dispersed in the air. It's sparkling on my hand, making me otherworldly. A huge palm encases my smaller one, fire emitting from it as I admire the thick veins bursting through the skin. He removes my hand from the air, setting it back onto my lap. Diverting my attention to his hand, I study the ink running up his arm and admire the sinister art. The same ink creeping up his neck like darkness, like evil, and I'm finding myself drawn to it, drawn to him. He is darkness sparkling within my eyes. "You're so beautiful," I voice, admiring his defined jaw and the way strands cascade upon his forehead. No man could pull off tattoos, no man except Maverick. His body freezes, knuckles turning white on the steering wheel and jaw hardening. He is sculptured to perfection, and all created for me. Or maybe it's the other way around. Either way, I'm not complaining. Silence wraps around us as he drives through the night. I feel like I forgot something, an itch in my brain, until golden eyes appear before me and I'm trying to pinpoint the person who has them. "Wasn't there someone with us?" I recall, recognizing the scent of cherry blossoms emitting from my seat. "Felix, he's finding his own way back," Maverick answers. "Ah," I pout, feeling like I know this Felix person, but I can't know from where. Warmth. No ever the sensation is emitting from. Warmth. That's all I feel, and I relish in how it caresses my skin. Leaving no path untouched, I lean into wherever the sensation is emitting from. Slowly, my eyes open, and I'm faced with the illuminating glow from the fire. I recognize the fireplace. This is Maverick's house. The events leading up to this was a blur. However, I became more aware when I felt fingers caressing my scalp. "That feels nice," I mumble. I'm well aware by the scent that this is Maverick, and I settle into his lap, not bothering to detach this time. Clearly, he had other ideas because midway his fingers halt. Pushing against his leg, I sit up and turn around to face him. "Why did you stop?" I ask, watching as the fire glows around him. "You're still riding the effects of the drug. You need to sleep." Fire crackles behind me, the warmth leaking from him and not the fire. Without speaking a word, Maverick attempts to leave, but I place my hand in the middle of his chest, gently pushing him back into the couch. He stares at me, a mixture of shock and something I couldn't decipher. "Sage, you're still high and you aren't thinking clearly." He was wrong. For once I was thinking clearly without the fog in my mind. Without giving him a chance to run away, I straddle his thick thighs. We had an agreement for sex, and yet we also have a line on how exposed we will be. Physical touch was nothing if we compared it to the emotional intimacy between us, and this was one of those moments where we were bare. His throat constricts, attempting to restrain himself from taking advantage of me. But he didn't know that everything wore off. I'm acting purely as myself, and I tried fighting this thread that keeps tying us together. It seems futile. I should have known when I agreed to the contract with Maverick that I was lying to myself, having ulterior motives within an already complicated relationship. I wanted sex more than simply to get Bella back. He is my comfort, my escape, and my heart. I don't want to analyze my feelings further. I don't want to break this moment between us. We are bursting with fire, his hand suddenly searing through my leggings and into my skin. Even with clothes, it's like he is touching every exposed part of me, and I can't help but want more. Those eyes are glowing a dark blue, like the ocean under the moonlight. Nothing has ever captured my attention, made me feel like if I don't consume it, then I'll never be whole like Maverick fucking Hale. Goosebumps arise all over my body as we become entranced, not tearing our eyes away from each other. Suddenly his eyes soften, and I feel my heart skip a beat. "You're tired, darling? Just go to sleep." His voice gentle, making me turn into a marshmallow. "Maverick Hale, how did I get here?" Uncharted territory before me, bare feet getting soaked with the damp soil as I take careful strides forward. On the path, something beckoned me to reach the end, a siren call that I have never heard before. I couldn't see my destination, simply a straight path that was glowing within my orbs. The darkness crawled from the sides, eating everything in my surroundings and forcing me to see one road. Everything becomes tainted, blurring my vision until my surroundings shifted from the darkness into the semi-glow of the night. I was transported onto a red path, the plush carpet soft against my feet. The structure resembled a castle, built from stone. It's unrecognizable to me. The subtle glow illuminating the gigantic room was lit by the fire torches hung on the wall. Voice floated, growing rather intense, and I followed the sound to see that it came from the people at the end of the path. They were too far for me to decipher who they were. However, from their attire, I made an estimate that this was the 1920s. There wasn't confirmation, simply basing this on my own knowledge. My feet moved on their own accord, being drawn to the people in front of me, being forced to reach them. The voices grew louder, screams tearing violently through the white noise as I reached them. Only 4 people stood at the end, 2 much older and 2 much younger. These people came from royalty. Luxurious silk and pristine appearance only indicated so. "You can't do this," a gruff voice stated fiercely. The older couple was situated on my right, a man and woman who appeared to be in their early 30s. The man was obviously infuriated by the younger man's words, visibly burning bright red. "Do you really want to suffer the consequences of marrying beneath you?" His gravel voice bit, holding himself back for some reason unbeknownst to me. "I will marry her, I love her." The same voice declares. I realize that it sounded familiar. Diverting my attention to the voice on my left, the fierce declaration of love coming from someone I didn't expect. Me. I'm unrecognizable, a mere teenager. The ink that's permanently etched onto my skin, the sinister black ink, is gone. We looked the same yet appeared differently to the times. This version of me had longer hair, reaching my shoulders, while my eyes seemed the same, burning with rage to the point that darkness seeps into the blue orbs. Studying the attire, it was clear that this version of me came from wealth. My eyes halt on the interlocked fingers, the outline of a white dress peeking from behind his thigh, and a much smaller hand wrapped around his bicep. This couldn't be. I didn't have time to process the scene in front of me, words slashing through the silence like gasoline. "You will marry Elizabeth. I don't want any objections, son." His father, the woman at his side, his mother, Maverick, "You cannot be serious about her. You are just a boy. You don't know what love is." She argues gently, attempting to soothe the situation, yet there is nothing dampening the thick atmosphere. They are trying to demean his declaration, invalidate his feelings, and make it seem that just because he is young, that he doesn't love this girl. But what makes my brain switch to overdrive as I watch everything play out, completely invisible to their eyes? We have the same name. This is indeed me. Fated mates have a long history. They have a connection that spans over past lives, and there is never truly any knowledge of how many lives to be lived together. All I know is that fated mates suffer a cursed fate, and yet I've never seen it play out before my eyes. According to the twins, every fated mate couple has a different curse. Amethyst and Caden were destined to die for one another. Then what was ours? This version of me, this younger version, completely unhinged and willing to die for the girl he loves, it's unrecognizable. He pulls the girl to his side, and I'm completely shocked. I shouldn't be, but it rendered me speechless. Sage. The moment I saw myself, I expected her to appear. And yet, I'm reeling over the young couple in front of me. I'm given a glimpse of her, a younger version of her that exists in this universe. Pitch black hair that trickles like a waterfall down to her waist, porcelain skin that resembled marble, and the rarest shade of gray orbs that appeared unnatural. I've only known sadness in her eyes, only known death from those eyes. Yet in this moment, innocence and strength is burning bright. She is a fighter, in every version of us. Her exterior mirrored an angel, and the inside a warrior. "You are 18. What do you know about love?" His father roars, veins protruding from his forehead as the anger overwhelms him. The younger version of me is relentless. "I know what I feel for Sage's love." His voice penetrated every fiber of my body, the love and willingness to die for it quite evident as he squeezes her hand in reassurance, the pad of his thumb soothing her. The moment is cut by his mother's laughter. "You think we are going to stand by and let you marry a mere peasant. You are going to be king with Elizabeth as your queen." The venom leaking from her tongue. "What? King and queen? I don't want to be king," younger Maverick says. "Son, you are heir to the throne and you dare defy me?" His father growls, fists clenching at his sides. They were the king and queen, and he was the prince. More footsteps could be heard, filling the gigantic space with the sound of stomping. People emerged from the entrance, soldiers. Immediately they surround us, and the king crosses his arms over his chest. "You leave me no choice. If you don't agree to marry Elizabeth, then this girl will die. Upon his words, he raises his fist, and the soldiers spring into action. They split them, half seizing her, and the other restraining him, pulling them apart by sheer force, fighting seemingly futile. The younger version of me, this prince, he tries to fight them off, desperately attempting to get out of them, but it doesn't work. "You leave her alone! Leave her alone!" he roars, punching one of the guards. "Agree to be king! Marry Elizabeth! No, don't touch her! Don't touch her!" He screams, anger seizing his throat as his eyes begin to cloud with tears. He was frustrated. He feels helpless. The queen approaches him, caressing his cheek, but he pulls away from her touch. "Don't you get it, my sweet boy? You two are never going to be together. Let her go." He seethes, darkness looming in his eyes. "If you hurt her, I will kill all of you." He threatens. His mother clicks her tongue, annoyance clouding her eyes as she smacks him. "She has brainwashed you. No, don't hurt him." The feminine voice cries, "This is the first time I've heard Sage utter a word." That's when I take in her appearance, tears coating her cheeks, and she drops to her knees in agony. The only time she speaks, and it's because he is getting hurt. The king walks over and immediately backhands her so hard that she falls to the ground. I want to save her, help her, but I can't. I'm forced to watch everything play out. Sage appeared to look 16, and she was still stronger than this king and queen. Simply spitting the blood onto the ground, wiping her mouth with her hand, but all I hear is younger Maverick's furious roars, "I will kill you." The king ignores his son's threats, fuming at Sage. "You think you can speak in our presence, you witch." If that wasn't enough, he goes a step further and twists the knife deeper. "You are the reason my son is like this. His death will be on your conscience. You are the reason that both my son and the kingdom are suffering." Sage doesn't speak, her eyes shifting to meet younger Maverick's, and it's filled with defeat. He shakes his head furiously, panic washing his eyes like he already knows her next words. "If I leave, if he marries Princess Elizabeth, then you won't hurt him anymore?" she asks, penetrating every wall in existence. Her words are gentle, yet filled with her strength. She is on the ground, a king looming over her, and yet she is the true royalty. No, Sage, don't. Who are you to make demands? Who are you to dare ask me a question?" The king roars, and he is about to hit her again until the queen stops him. Wrapping her arm around his bicep, whispering something into his ear, and settles his anger for a moment. The queen is the only one that answers. "We won't hurt him." Sage drops her head, pushing herself onto shaky feet. She bows. "Then I will leave." Her defeat wasn't enough. They craved more. "I want you gone from the kingdom." "Yes, your majesty." She agrees, and somehow my heart crumbles, hearing her broken voice. They don't get a chance to say goodbye, despite this younger version of myself crying and begging for her. The king and queen don't care. They force Sage out of the room, and the soldiers let go of him. The future king is defeated, on his knees with tears of heartbreak and agony slashing through his orbs. All you can hear is his rage, his devastation, his sadness. The king approaches his son, two hands situated behind his back as he looms over him. "Now do you see it? You two can never be together." "Sage King." I hear a voice beckoning me. The tone was sinister, and yet it continued inside of my head. I'm surrounded by darkness, drowning me until I'm rooted in one spot. Whispers emerge, and they grow distorted, like static, to the point they are unrecognizable. Suddenly, the chiming of a bell rings through my ears. It was gentle at first, until it grows rather intense to the point that I feel my ears bleed. I'm forced to cover my ears, feeling the pounding split my head in two. It's too loud, like I'm standing in front of a bell tower as it chimes and causes my body to tremor. My knees give out, everything too much to handle. As soon as my knees hit the ground, that's when it changes. The golden trestles upon the wall with masterpieces carved into each individual tile beneath me. I was in a massive hall, the bells stopped chiming, and I dropped my hands to study my surroundings. Majority of the space was empty. Decadent crimson curtains secured on either tide to reveal the large framed windows. A chandelier hung in the middle. It spiraled with an endless row of candles lit at its path that led to the top. The air is thick, and I have to massage my throat to relax the tension. Getting onto my feet, that's when my attention is drawn to the crowd in front of me, standing directly under the chandelier. There was approximately 5 people, and they were immaculately dressed in attire I've only seen in the pages of history books. Padding over to the scene unfolding before me, their voices becoming clearer, and once I hit a stop, it's quite evident that my presence is invisible to them. They were separated, 3 on my right and 2 on my left. The people on my right were wealthy from the attire I peruse, corset tightly cinched around the older woman's waist to the point that I wonder if she can breathe. By my estimate, she was in her mid-30s, while the man appeared to be in his late 30s. Another much younger man was at her side, in his early 20s. Their vision tainted in bitterness and rage, the younger man's honeysuckle orbs mirroring the same. "You would dare disobey your father?" the older woman gasps in surprise that morphed into hatred. "I cannot believe you would do this, and all while Alexander has been nothing but a loving and attentive fiancé to you." Pointing to the younger man next to her, dismay clouded her eyes as they penetrate in front of her. "I love him," the feminine voice declares fiercely, each word slicing through their exterior of hatred. Diverting my attention to the familiar voice on my left, a chill runs down my spine as goosebumps start to pebble my skin painfully. My body violently shudders. This couldn't be possible. This wasn't possible. However, there was no denying the truth in front of me. I would recognize that face anywhere because I see it every day in the mirror. This face was much more youthful, approximately the time I was around 16. This copy of me was dressed in the same attire as the people on my right, only her colors were darker and matched the gunmetal glowing in her eyes. A mixture of a black-blue dress with a matching corset tightly wrapped, secured around her waist. Tendrils trickle down her face as the magnificent hairstyle slowly unwinds with each second that passes by. If that wasn't shocking enough, the man next to her is what leaves me breathless. My eyes are locked on the fingers intertwining hers. They stand side by side with him, towering over her. It's impossible to not recognize that face. Quite possibly every feature is engraved into my soul. His attire is a direct match to her. They were the same color palette and ooze royalty. They were dark royalty. They were younger versions of Maverick and me. He was unrecognizable without black ink marrying his skin, creeping up his neck, long ebony hair that rested upon his shoulders with ethereal cerulean orbs that bleed into darkness. This version of him was younger than the one I know, but they bled the same type of darkness. "My daughter will not be in love with the enemy," the older man, I presume her father, declares. "He is beneath you, Sage. My bride, you know the rumors of Maverick Hale. I won't let you suffer with this heathen." Alexander spits with disgust. "Our names were the same. What is going on? I will never let you take her. She is the woman I love. You will never lay a finger on her again." Maverick's voice pierces through them, gravel and loud that there was no ignoring his presence. His face was emotionless, yet his words were powerful enough to cut them. "You are barely of age, my darling." Her mother attempts to soothe, but Sage interrupts her words immediately. "Yet you saw it fit to marry me to Alexander tomorrow." Her mother's lips thin, tongue twisted by her own lies. However, the father isn't having this act of defiance. "You marry who I choose for you, and I will never condone this monster. No daughter of mine will marry a Hale." This Sage, she is relentless and strong. Those words barely cut her. She is a fierce warrior like I used to be. A wicked smile morphs onto her red-stained lips. "We are already married." You can hear a pin drop, the shock slowly shifting to rage on all 3 of their faces. "I won't allow it. You two will never be together. Never." Her father roars, lifting his hand into the air, and immediately the place starts to swarm with men. Swords are ready in their grasp, all eyes directed to the young couple. Maverick and Sage turn to look at each, and I'm expecting defeat. Fear? There is none. The look that passes between them is fueled with love and blue flames. Yeah, they are willing to die for their love. "My love, you must stop this," the mother urges, wrapping her slender fingers around her husband's bicep. The words fall on deaf ears, his vision already tainted red. "Kill them," he orders, and I'm surprised he would kill his own daughter. "You are as good as dead being married to a Hale." Her father spits, literally onto the ground. Maverick and Sage lick eyes once again, and he draws his sword from the holster at his side. He reaches behind him, pulling out a slender knife that's used during close combat, and gives it to Sage. Immediately, she runs the tip of her blade around her waist, and the puffy skirt falls to the ground only to reveal black pants beneath. She was prepared for this. "I thought you might do something like this." She grits, burning a hole into her father's eyes. "You two are never meant to be. I will ensure it." He closes his fist, and I'm dreading the outcome. The couple nod, silently communicating as they switch positions with their backs to each other. They switched to a fighting stance. They can't be serious. They are going to take on this many men? There are almost 50 in here. Before I could reach out my hand to stop them, to stop this ridiculous fight, everything suddenly freezes. I gasp for air, opening my eyes, and the cold slashes through my skin. What? I could have sworn I felt my body being thrusted backwards, and now I'm suddenly outside under the night sky. I had no recognition of how I got here, let alone what I saw, to simply be chalked down to a strange dream. It couldn't have been a dream. Somehow it felt too real, and not simply because of the stakes. That couldn't have been a figment of my imagination. Despite the humidity peltering my skin with sweat, I felt my body shudder from the cold. I was naked beneath the fabrics of Maverick's shirt that sat on my knees, but I don't remember putting it on. My feet are bare against the damp soil, and if that wasn't disturbing enough, I find myself standing in front of the forest. 5 steps and I'll sucked into the vortex of this sinister forest. Maverick hasn't said anything, but by the strange occurrences surrounding it, I'm convinced it's haunted. This forest is a beacon for darkness. I sense the turbulation whenever I'm outside. That night, when Maverick was sleepwalking without any means to stop him, it solidified that little hint. Just like the time he found me inside the forest, Maverick panicked like I was never going to get out. From the position I'm standing, it gives me a clear path into the depths of darkness of this haunted forest. Shaking off the sensation like a million ants are crawling upon my skin, I turn around, ready to go back inside, but I'm stopped by this vile scent. It's pungent, almost rotten, and it taints the air around me. Sage. A distorted voice calls from behind me, my name echoing behind the trees. Sage. It calls again, making my blood run cold as I turn to the forest. No one was behind me, yet I can feel the linger eyes of someone behind the trees. I'm positive someone was calling me. I know that wasn't in my head. Squinting my eyes, I'm unable to see anything but the pathway of darkness. Sage, Sage, you, kill. Everyone, you, love. The sinister voice hums, and something makes each word stab my heart. My eyes widen, seeing the emergence of a something white in the distance. Upon further inspection, I notice that it is a woman in a white dress. She is in the middle of the forest, absolutely pale skin, that it's almost white, and long jet-black wet hair that conceals her entire face. The dress had creases, and the water dripped from her hair. Somehow, I could every drop resonate within my ears. She didn't move, simply standing there. I'm certainly not about to face death in a haunted woods for a creepy woman I don't know. However, time slows as I blink, and the woman disappears. Maybe I'm seeing things. That white dress catches my eyes once again, a mere light within the shadows, and that's when I notice she wasn't standing anymore. The woman was on the ground, her limbs moving in a strange angle. Her leg crosses over her shoulder, and I hear a crunch, while her nails dig into the dirt in front of her. She crawls, slowly. This is beyond terrifying. She moves like there are no joints in her body. Suddenly, the sinister humming grows louder, and she crawls faster. Am I in a scary movie? The woman crawls so fast, I barely see her until she is few feet away from me. I was right, she doesn't have a face because everything is concealed by her wet hair. This creepy woman crawls to the edge, almost near me, and I can't move. Something is keeping me here. Something is restraining me and letting this evil entity devour me. She is 3 steps away until hands suddenly cover my eyes. Somnum, and the energy drains from my body, willing me to close my eyes and fall into a slumber. Maverick, hail. I told you to leave her. The sleep spell immediately took effect, ensuring that Sage falls into a slumber so that her corruptions won't eat her mind. Wrapping my arms around Sage's unconscious body, her warmth confirmation that she wasn't dying tonight. I watch the source of my demise crack each bone until she stands tall at the edge of the border. She conceals her face with wet hair, specifically because this appearance is designed to incite terror that consumes her victims. She begins to hum a sadistic version of a child's song. It's fascinating, seeing you taste fear for the first time. One foot in front of the other, and she starts walking in a circle at her spot. The humming continues as she deciphers my emotions. I think all those spells have finally distorted your sense of reality. I fear nothing and no one. I say, my fingers tightening around Sage's body in order to ensure that she is still breathing. She waves her finger. I beg to differ. Your heart is racing, the panic in your eyes when you saw her outside, the anger brewing in them now because you despise me. Most importantly, you exposed your ability to cast spells, which you have kept secret all this time, all to ensure she wouldn't die at my hands. For someone who is marginally a pawn in their game, her ability to analyze every single detail is beyond terrifying. She is a death witch, and while they are usually mindless creatures, she is the exception. They morphed her into a human and made her a slave, although she doesn't mind because her main desire is to incite death. Swallowing my frustrations as I grind my teeth to suppress the urge of unleashing my darkness on her. If they sent her, then I'm certainly sparking attention for her to appear before me. She continues to hum, skipping partially in place while rounding in a circle. The only thing keeping her from approaching me is that she is contained within the forest, unable to step into my territory. Therefore, she attempted to beckon Sage into hers. Because the forest and my house are two separate entities. Her head downturns, looking at her feet. "What is harmless but can kill you?" she asks, slowing her steps. Everything was a game to them. They are fond of breaking the mind, and while riddles are mere child plays, when it comes to them, there is a hidden horror behind those words. Maverick, what is harmless but can kill you?" she questions once again playfully. I despise this game. When I don't answer, it causes her to stop moving and instead lean forward, bending her entire body as the wet droplets leak from her hair. "What is it, Maverick?" she presses, growing frustrated. "Time." Extending her arm towards me, the translucent skin coming into view as she announces, "And you are running out of it." Retreating to her initial stance, she repeats the words, "You are running out of time." She sings sadistically. The words echo as she disappears back into the forest. Calling upon darkness, the only reason for me to run out of time is if they desperately seek my presence. My shadow morphs into the outline of a person, stuck into the ground. It follows me as I carry Sage back into the house. I don't need any more ears listening to this conversation. Darkness embedded in their shadows, he has seen and heard everything going on in the coven. What is happening with them? The warlock is dying. His distorted voice answers. Placing Sage back into my bed, her breathing is even for now, and I cover her with the blanket. She stirs, shifting away from me. I can't help but feel pressure in my chest at the sight of her, especially in my clothes. We were finally in a place that I forgot of the consequences, because all I cared about was having Sage in my soul. My fingers tuck the strands behind her ear, and I wonder how I spent lifetimes with her and didn't know it. Fated mates are destined to be together in every life. I know the tale from Amethyst and Caden. However, since our meeting, I have never had a door open to the past and see our lives play out through lifetimes. Leaving the room, I walk back into my office. I don't turn the light on, the only source emitting from the night sky as darkness emerges halfway from my shadow. Why didn't you tell me? He is supposed to report urgent news. You didn't call upon me. Dealing with darkness is complicated, and I could blame him, but then again that wouldn't affect him. Anger only fuels him, and feeding into him won't be good in the long run. How bad is his condition? He was deemed bedridden yesterday. His health is steadily declining. Leaning further into my chair, attempting to see a brighter side. There is none, because if the warlock dies, I am fucked. I lasted this long because witches have a tendency to cast aging spells, repressing the aging process for them. The warlock is pushing 150 and his wife just turned 100 this year. Despite their age, their faces have remained frozen at the age of 30. Witches are marginally more horrifying than human history makes them out to be. They are much more prone to violence than other creatures. Humans have these perceptions that witches are epitome of mystical purity and are intent on preserving humanity and inciting peace. Witches could care less about humanity, or peace. They create carnage and war. They are wicked, cunning, and cruel. Hence why I never trusted Kaison and Kier. They were the sons of the first witch, and you have to be blind to not know what destruction that would bring. One was cursed, while the other was set on killing the entire founding families. Kaison, being the first cursed witch to only speak in Latin tongue, was a greater threat than anyone ever realized. He appeared harmless, but he is the most powerful. However, no one has heard from them since they disappeared into the black hole. Along with Jasmine, Crystal Blood Pack has been taken over by her father, and they don't have any leads to her whereabouts. Mark deemed it a kidnapping, but I saw the way she ran. Jasmine wanted to go with them. Whatever happened, it made them disappear for good. If the warlock dies, then I will be forced to uphold my part of the deal. That's why they have become impatient and suddenly analyzing every single move I make. They want to know who Sage is to me, and they will certainly kill her if I try to mark her. They probably concluded that she is my mate. Hopefully they aren't aware of fated mates yet. According to Darkness, they haven't acquired that knowledge. Update me on the warlock's health regularly, monitor his wife as well. I instruct Darkness. Darkness seeps back into my shadow. This is the only thing I can do for now. I need help. Currently, I have more on my plate than I can handle, especially with the circumstances I'm put in. The only person I can turn to, who has the knowledge from hundreds of years of experience, is Azrael. Pulling out my phone, I call him, and he answers on the fourth ring. My. You calling me? This is indeed a surprise. He teases. Rolling my eyes, there is no need for him to be this dramatic. Cutting straight to the point, I need your help. Of course you do. It's never a call of how you doing, how are the wives? Azrael, the warlock is dying, and I'm running out of time. They tried to kill Sage, and I don't know how far they got. I relay, Sage could suffer side effects, and I won't know. She has to be away from here for a couple days. His tone switches, realizing the severity of the situation, but I also add, I started having dreams of the past with Sage. It's set in motion then, the curse. Did you figure out what it is? No. Did Sage have any visions? The fated curse won't come into effect if she didn't have any visions of the past. He clarifies. I don't know. Silence clashes both of our lines before he says, you have to find out if she had any dreams with you two or the center. Also, she isn't safe there, so you have to bring her here. Drusilla can help with dampening the curse. You know what this means, Maverick? He asks, as if I don't know. It means you were unsuccessful at severing the bond. You damaged the bond and now have more than one problem on your hands. Azrael states. I exhale. I'm aware that every action I have made caused something worse. Sage King. Everybody you love dies. The words are playing on an endless loop, echoing and invading my mind like a virus. It's sinister, a dangerous tune that feels like I'm being devoured from the inside before I jolt awake. Desperate for the cold air to hit my lungs, feeling my insides burn as sweat beads down my forehead. The curtains are drawn, leaving it completely dark inside. My room didn't have blackout curtains, and that's when I realize I'm in Maverick's room. Silk black sheets cascade upon my bare legs, and I realize I'm in nothing but his buttoned shirt. The memories concerning last night flood through my mind. I remember everything, an earth-shattering experience that couldn't hold a candle to the other men. Maverick was indeed in another league, so intense that I wanted to become one and never escape his arms. I needed his skin on mine, forever on mine. It was electrifying, fueled with a different kind of passion that burned my existence to ash. Fire bloomed in my cheeks, my skin tingling in reminiscence of his touch. I have to fight the feelings overflowing in my heart. This was sex and nothing more. Last night was simply a moment of vulnerability. I can't get attached. The mood is automatically soured when flashes of the forest appear in my memory, a woman dressed in white crawling towards me, and the vile taste of fear on my tongue. I could have sworn my heart was racing to the point it was going to burst from my chest. I've seen a lot of terrifying things. Fuck, I've even killed some. But nothing could compare to the paralyzing fear I had watching that thing crawl with such malice towards me. Apparently, the sound of foreign words hit my ears, and the heated presence of someone behind me was the last thing I remember. Something tells me it was Maverick, because we are secluded, However, I doubt if what I saw was real. Could it be a dream? I don't remember sleepwalking or any recollection of the time from the lounge to the forest, especially considering the dream I had of a younger version of myself and Maverick that were fighting to defend their love. It was overwhelming and deeply concerning because I have no idea what is real and what isn't. I cannot distinguish if that was dream or not. I have no memory of how I got to the forest. Was that creature simply a figment of my imagination like everything else? It was real. A familiar melody voice whispers inside my head. I never deemed myself emotional. Heck, I was never a crybaby. But something about hearing her voice made my eyes burn, tears welling in them. Bella. My voice cracking as I attempt to hold back my tears, feeling the pain in my throat. What happened? I ask. Unlike before, the emptiness isn't prominent. I can feel her presence, much more, but it's not like before. Her voice is a sweet melody, and I don't ever want to lose her again. Everything is a little hazy. I remember feeling like a wall was placed between us, and I couldn't feel you anymore. Then I started feeling weak, and I couldn't stay awake, she explains. You've been asleep? For the most part, but even when I was awake, I couldn't reach you. She whines, and it only proves that within us wallowing in grief, we still loved each other. Is it permanent? I ask after a few minutes of silence, needing the reassurance that our connection won't be blocked again. I'm not sure. The only times I feel us get stronger is when you are intimate with Maverick. She answers. I inhale deeply, exhaling to calm myself. I would need to keep my emotions in check. I can't afford for these feelings to deepen. All we have is attraction and a fated bond that intensifies our carnal desires for each other. For the first time, I decide to be honest with Bella. Prior to this, we never had any deeper conversations after what happened, dealing with our pain separately, which should have never happened. We are one. We must deal with our agony together. I'll do everything so that you are back permanently. Although I need to keep my heart in check, our agreement is purely for sex, and I can't complicate things with feelings. I admit, feeling my heart thud painfully. Oh, I don't know. I kind of enjoy our mate being utterly consumed by us. Finver, she cheekily says, and I chuckle. Someone is territorial, I joke. She growls. No one gets Zero or Maverick. They are ours. Her voice penetrates every cell in my body, clouding my mind with possessiveness. There is a mixture of resentment and hatred building inside of her. She wasn't telling me something. Bella, you are hiding something from me. I call her out. She is silent and refuses to answer me. We can't go on like this, keeping secrets from each other and letting us suffer alone. We are one. We go through pain together. I won't let us be separated again, and I won't let us keep things from each other any longer. So please tell me. I know you want to protect me, but I also want to protect you. My words touch her, caressing her and ensuring that we will always be one. For a moment, I think she won't tell me, until her voice softens. I don't want to hurt you. You won't. I reassure. Zero told me that one of the reasons I'm feeling weak and that our connection is blocked could be because of the fated bond. Bella explains. I frown. What do you mean? We haven't marked each other. The only possible way for the bond to be affected is when you mark each other. Then again, I'm not entirely familiar with a fated bond. All ounce of knowledge on fated was simply from what Amethyst and Caden divulged. Maverick tried to sever the bond. Her words make my body freeze. I never thought Maverick would do that, especially without my permission. I feel indifferent. On one hand, I didn't want to become attached, and severing the bond was the best option. But another side of me overwhelms that feeling, and it practically annihilates my entire body on fire. What? I growl, feeling my claws extend and in desperate need to carve them into his skin. He tried to sever the bond, but a fated bond works differently, and his attempt was unsuccessful. However, he damaged the bond. That's why our connection was blocked, and why I'm feeling weak. It also explains why we only get reunited when intimate with Maverick. She explains, feeling an overwhelming rage and sadness leaking from both of us. For the first time, I wasn't feeling like my heart was splitting in grief and being devoured by sorrow. Now I'm burning with rage. My skin heating, every piece of heart is splitting in betrayal. Maverick never discussed severing the bond, simply keeping what he did a secret, and he would have never told me. I was angry. I wanted to pierce his heart with a knife and let him feel this overwhelming pain stabbing my heart. Relishing in what happened last night with Maverick was no longer an option. He tried to sever our bond without informing me of a life-threatening choice. His reckless decision caused Bella and I to separate. It caused me to lose the only line tethering me to staying alive. I couldn't stay in his clothes any longer, despite the sappy side of me wanting to relish in his scent. Everything was overruled by this heated acrimony that wanted to sink my teeth into Maverick and tear chunks out. After I showered and changed, I didn't bother eating and simply stomped my way into his office. Flinging the door open, hearing it rattle as my entire body vibrated. Maverick was arguing with Felix, apparently involved in an important conversation. Too fucking bad. I was a volcano, ready to erupt, and by the double take he did, he could see it in my eyes. "Sage, what's wrong?" His brows furrowing with concern. "Oh, now you're concerned." I chuckle, humorlessly. Maverick's eyes cloud with confusion at my words and my actions. "I always worry about you." I laugh, feeling my blood boil and my body shake violently at his lies. "Is that why you tried to break our bond?" I roar. Felix's eyes widen and Maverick's become cold. He is trying to hide his emotions, and I feel like my heart is beating so loud that I can hear it in my ears. "For someone that didn't want to be tied to me, you seem rather angry that I tried to do what you wanted," he argues, attempting to defend himself. There is no hint of remorse in his dark orbs, simply a man built with no emotions. "You think my anger isn't justified? You are the reason I lost Bella in the fucking first place." I fume. A sliver of humanity flashes in his eyes. I didn't anticipate the consequences. Before I could say anything, Felix interrupts while throwing a glare at Maverick. What he means to say is that he is sorry. "You knew?" Arching my brow in question. His head downcast, guilt marrying his features. "I'm sorry. At least someone is sorry. But that doesn't mean shit," marching over to the desk that separates me from them. I can feel my eyes pounding with rage as the shift unconsciously. "Who the fuck told you that you can sever our bond? You acted like you didn't know why I couldn't feel Bella. Meanwhile, it was because of you." I growl, pointing my index finger at him. He was composed, marginal with my anger as he growls in frustration. "I didn't know that would happen. You think I wanted to hurt you? I was trying to save you." I laugh. I have every right to be mad, but not him. Felix places one arm across Maverick's chest in order to stop him, communicating through the mind link as those perfectly dark ocean eyes never leave mine. We are locked in a trance, chest rising with anger. Let's not say anything we will regret. Felix attempts to calm the situation, but I can't contain the eruption of lava pooling in my veins. He is the reason I almost... "No!" Felix yells, and for the first time, I see his eyes glowing amber as anger flashes over his features for the first time. I'm shocked. He is always the level-headed one among us. "That goes for you to Sage. You don't know the story. He is in the wrong, yes, but he had his reasons. Your anger is justified, but don't say things you can't come back from." The tension is thick, the air rotating with our anger. Even in silence, you can hear our heavy breathing. "Good?" Felix questions between us. "No," I reply. "Well, you won't be able to resolve it now, because there is something Maverick needs to ask you," Felix says, releasing Maverick and taking a step to the side. We are both flashing with rage. It's a mixture of bottled emotions that are exploding. "Did you have any dreams where you saw us? Specifically younger versions of us?" He questions sternly, his entire focus on me and my answer. I frown, recalling the dream I had. "Yeah? Why?" Felix and Maverick immediately lock eyes, something odd passing between them before Felix shakes his head. "This isn't good. Mind letting me in on this little secret, or are you going to continue to keep things from me again?" Maverick diverts his attention to me, all the rage seeping away from his features, and they melt into something terrifying. "Our fated curse might be activating," he states. "What fated curse?" "I only know of fated mates. I wasn't aware of a curse being involved." "All fated mates have a curse. Amethyst and Cadence were to die for one another. Each fated couple has a different curse, and I don't know what ours is. Since we are having visions of our past lives, it means that the curse is starting." Maverick explains, and I'm still in a state of shock. "What?" I gape. Those dreams were our past lives, the revelation causing a shiver up my spine. He nods. Yes, those weren't dream but visions into our past. I shake my head, eyes widening. But you tried to break the bond. This curse shouldn't be activating. I remind, running his fingers through already disheveled locks. I don't know how it's possible for our fated curse to even start. It should have been when we marked each other, but we haven't. Therefore, I have no idea what the curse is or why it's happening right now. We have to see Azrael. He will be able to give us some answers. Sage King. I'm beyond livid, quite literally at my boiling point with Maverick. However, my anger towards him have been placed on the back burner because of a more oppressing issue we are facing. Our fated curse is activating without us marking each other, and to make matters worse, we have no idea of what our curse truly is. I've replayed those visions 1,000 times, attempting to find some connection to our curse, but the vision cut off when all the action began. This wasn't good. This wasn't good at all. Considering neither Maverick nor I could be in the same room without erupting into a heated argument, Felix's attendance was mandatory. Otherwise, I was too tempted to rip Maverick's heart from his chest. What I found odd was that since Shadow Pack would be left without their Alpha and Beta, I wondered who would watch over them. Which caught me off guard. I'm not attached to any of them, yet I worried about their safety. Apparently, my worries were justified since Maverick asked the most unhinged founding member to look over his pack, Brantley Knight. Flashes of the skeleton mask Brantley had on and the horrendous sinister laughter that escaped him was terrifying. I have no idea how Maverick could leave him in charge, and the deranged man accepted simply because his pack was being too boring for him. Like what? I did hear Maverick tell him over the phone to not destroy anything, and that his pack better be in one piece when he gets back. I'm not overreacting, right? That wasn't a good sign. They live in an actual castle. I reiterate in awe to Felix, since I'm not talking to Maverick for the time being. Did you really think a vampire king lived deep within the forest, concealed from the world and sleeping in coffins? Maverick questions in a monotone voice. Giving him the side eye. We are not on speaking terms unless it pertains to the curse. I growl. All conversational privileges have been redacted. Maverick grins. I believe you are speaking to me now. While his words are laced with sarcasm, one couldn't ignore that the atmosphere around us was filled with tension that fogged our eyes. Felix practically choked on it a couple times in the private jet, needed to cough every time our eyes locked at the anger was aflame. Yes, we went in Maverick's private jet. Why, you ask? Because the Vampire King lives in London, in a fucking castle. Tugging Felix closer to my side, cherry blossoms becoming a source of comfort. As I was saying before, being rudely interrupted, I sneer loudly. I expected more of a camouflage. Felix doesn't showcase how uncomfortable we are making him, but I did feel bad that we had to have him be the mindful voice in our heads. He became the voice of reason, stopping us from destroying one another in a heated argument. Maverick walks ahead of us while Felix and I follow him into a gigantic hall. Humanity has no idea that the Vampire King and his queens all live under their noses. Felix teases and we laugh. All the laughter dies down as I admire this ethereal castle. The hall was bathed in artwork with darkness seeping from the masterpieces on the walls. The rooftop was constructed of glass, tinted a shade of black to ensure that one couldn't see inside, while still having the advantage of us seeing what happens outside, under the fluorescent night sky. A familiar, cheery voice calls me from my left. Sage, she beams. Flashes of lilac hair blind my vision before I feel slender arms embrace me. However, the air is knocked out of my lungs as Vera crushes me with her arms. Can't breath. I wheeze, feeling the burn in my chest from the intensity. She immediately lets go, taking in a large inhale of oxygen. A gleeful smile pops on her wine-stained lips. Sorry. You would think after all these centuries, she would at least be mindful of her own strength. Ravana criticizes from my right, emerging with decadent curls that ran to her waist. She embraces me as well. Glad to see you again. Ravana smiles. Azrael, Drusilla, and Sauda emerge from the entrance we took minutes ago, and according to their attire, I am extremely underdressed. Oh, this is going to be fun. We can have a girls' day, Vera rejoices, radiating a sunshine smile. Considering there are 4 of us, we are always having a girls' day, Sauda deadpans. Yeah, but now we have a new addition to the family. Vera rejoices, intertwining her arm with mine. The sparks practically electrocute every inch of my back as Maverick's heated chest burns through me. He prees Vera off me and pulls me behind him protectively. There is no addition to your family. You gave her Tiger Lily and put her in danger. Azrael already has 4 of you, which is enough. He doesn't need a 5th. Maverick fumes. His tone was fueled with rage, not holding back from exploding all over Vera. Instead, she wasn't the least bit intimidated by Maverick, and I watched her lips upturn into a smirk. That wasn't what I meant, but someone is jealous. Ravana crosses her arms, surprise and mischief twinkling in her black orbs. Never thought I would see the day. She marvels in fascination. Poke the little wolf. It surely couldn't be as disastrous as last time. Sada comments, not able to hold in her laughter. Azrael deep laughter booms throughout the hall, melodic and enticing. Drusilla and Sauda follow him upon the podium, which I didn't have enough time to appreciate. What lay in their path were crimson thrones that ran tall and large. All 5 were situated against a dark background with the illusion of raindrops behind them. He takes the throne in the middle while Drusilla takes his left and Sauda takes his right. The 2 empty thrones were left for Ravana and Vera. There is an equal balance between them. Do you really want to anger him? Azrael quizzed, a smile playing on his lips. Vera peers at Maverick with mischief. It's fun. He's like a wind-up toy just waiting to explode, emphasizing her point by making an explosion gesture with her hands and adding the sound effects. You lucky he only snapped your neck last time, Ravana mumbled. Azrael, Maverick growls in warning. The man is seemingly unbothered by Maverick's simmering temper, perching his elbow upon the arms of the throne, and watches the entertainment unfold. You know she does it out of love, he adds, watching the vein pulse painfully from Maverick's forehead. And you wonder why I don't come here anymore. Maverick seethes, glaring at Azrael. Ravana chuckles, tugging my arm and pulling me away from Maverick. Reluctantly, he lets go and she draws me to her side. He's lying. He was just here last month and couldn't stop talking about you. She interjected, spilling his secret. I watch his face visibly turn crimson, a mixture of anger and irritation flaring in his dark orbs. The sight was quite gratifying, since one could never get the upper-hand over Maverick. I did find it surprising how everyone knew of me, I added, continuing the silent torture. Vera giggles, embracing Felix with much less strength than me. Felix, did you bring any brownies? She asks desperately, her lips downturned, sadness glazing over her orbs. What surprised me is that everyone sighed in disappointment. Arching my brow at Azrael, who was equally disappointed as his wives, the man shrugs. His brownies are otherworldly. I'm not ashamed to admit it. He defends. Vera nods, fist bumping her chest with swag. Facts. Stop trying to be hip. You are over 200 years old, Ravana scolds. Around you guys, I'm the youngest, so ha, she sasses. Azrael laughs at their antics, and I notice that whenever his eyes are on his wives, it's always overflowing with love. There are no favorites. They all receive the same amount of affection and love from him. None of the wives seem envious of the other, which only solidifies the notions. It's evident that he genially adores all of them, and deeply in love with his wives. I admire that. I'm actually envious of it. Vera, you aren't giving him a chance to speak. Drusilla's angelic voice touches my ears like a sweet melody. Her eyes melt into a sorrowful puppy. But Vera, Sauda boomed, arching her brow. You never let me have any fun. Vera whines, raising her arms in surrender. Ravana scoffs. You were just playing with Drusilla's poisons 5 minutes ago, she scolds. What? Drusilla interjects, eyes widening. Vera laughs, recalling the moment. Oh yeah, she perks up as if remembering something. That reminds me, I drank the blue one, she says casually and sticks out her tongue to showcase that it is entirely blue. Drusilla exhales in relief, sinking further into her throne. It's a good thing I don't keep the lethal ones within your reach. Vera bounces on her feet. Can you make one to turn my tongue purple? She asks, so it matches my hair, smoothing the sides of her hair, watching as the color turns a darker shade of purple. No, everyone says in unison, even Maverick. Vera jolts in place. She pouts. Maverick sighs, massaging his temples. I didn't come here to hear the woes of your wives. Then you shouldn't have come when we were all free. Azrael jokes. Right, Ravana agrees, and everyone bursts out laughing at Maverick's expense. He allows it for a minute before I watch as he locks his gaze on Azrael. There is a shadow casted upon their eyes, as if they are having a silent conversation. Okay, but I need to speak to you privately first, Azrael exclaimed, standing from his seat, and I notice that he towers over all his wives, and a little over Maverick. Why can't you tell me? I ask. Azrael smiles. I never said I wouldn't tell you. I just need significant information from Maverick before consulting with you. Only then can I determine what is truly transpiring between the fated bond. Maverick, hail. I always told you to listen to me. Azrael pours bourbon into 2 crystal glasses, handing one over towards me before continuing, hence why you are in this predicament. The cockiness oozes off his tone. Yeah, 'cause when Sage was dying, my first thought was to call you, I sarcastically replied. Shaking my head, I down the alcohol and welcome the familiar burn that sets my insides on fire. Azrael always has the best bourbon, there is no doubt about it. I needed the numbness, I needed to escape the reality of my personal hell. We were in his office. This conversation required to take place in private, but I doubt it's because of his wives. Did you tell your wives about what is happening? I needed the clarification and specifications on what he divulges to them. Azrael turns around to face me, downing the bourbon easily. Alcohol tends to curb your hunger as a vampire, hence why Azrael and his wives drink bourbon like water. They own the largest bourbon-producing company for this reason alone, endless supply. Now, he drinks it more for the taste than to subside his hunger. He has the most control out of all the vampires I've known. Even the royals couldn't rival him. Azrael is disciplined and in control, a well-balanced vampire per se. Drusilla, on the other hand, she suffers a lot with binging. Her insatiable hunger for blood is unparalleled, which is ironic because you would assume that with Ravana anger issues, she would be the one struggling and not the serene one. Drusilla is violent and dangerous more than Azrael, which is another testament that looks are indeed deceiving. To an extent, his reply is cryptic, which infuriates me enough to glare at him. I know you told them everything. Not an ounce of guilt wrecking his features. Instead, he shrugs casually. I don't hide anything from them, and neither do you. I will never admit this, but I'm close to a handful of people, Felix, Azrael, and his wives. They are the only people I trust with my secrets. Azrael's wives are like my sisters. Although they have centuries above me, I am still protective over them, especially Vera. While she is way older than me, her behavior has always made her feel like a younger sister to me. All of them are particular with the company they keep, specifically because of outside forces threatening to kill them. Azrael's so-called brother Gabriel was a perfect example on how even blood will destroy you. They were close, and Azrael was oblivious to the jealousy his brother had towards him for centuries. The hatred started when their parents favored Azrael, being born a gifted vampire with red eyes after 1,000 years. After that, it festered with resentment because their parents left Azrael to inherit the title of Vampire King, complete control over the vampire nation. Gabriel's limit was reached when Azrael found 4 wives who genuinely fell in love with him. Having multiple wives wasn't something new, it was more of a tradition to have mistresses, but one wife. But Azrael never wanted that. He wanted them to all feel his love and be equal. Azrael treats his wives very differently compared to how royals are supposed to. He doesn't view them as property or control them. Drusilla, Sauda, Ravana, and Vera have freedom to conquer and follow whatever they desire. Jealousy is a powerful thing, and that's ultimately how I met Azrael, when I had beaten his brother bloody. I was 16, and already an alpha. While other founding members aren't required to converse with other species, the Hale family was well acquainted with the vampire royals. I only met his parents briefly. That was the first night I was going to have a meeting with them. Until I heard Vera screaming, that's when I found Gabriel trying to rape her and Ravana tied in the corner. When Azrael found out, to say it was mayhem would be understatement. Let's say there is a reason he is a king and why his control never falters. I don't hide anything because I quite literally can't, I retort. There are barely any secrets between all of us. You see, all of Azrael's wives have unique gifts that make them special in the vampire community. They come from vampire royals who are notorious for keeping secrets, like the creation of founding families with each lineage having powers. Vampires are the same, but their powers differ according to the person. None can rival my wives. He boasts, and I roll my eyes. They were a powerful force, having the intelligence and power to take on the entire vampire royals all by themselves. Tell me about the vision, Azrael instructs, the atmosphere growing thicker as I proceed to relay every single detail of the vision. I was heir to a kingdom, and my parents wouldn't let me marry Sage because she was a peasant, along with how she sacrificed herself for me, seemingly opting to be banished because she didn't want me to get hurt anymore. Quite interesting, he muses. Have you asked Sage what her vision was? Shaking my head, no. We aren't exactly on speaking terms right now. That mischievous grin stretches animatedly over his lips, those beady red eyes twinkling. Ah, trouble in paradise already? He teases, relishing in tormenting me. She found out I tried to break our bond. His face drops, pouring us both another shot of bourbon. You need it more than me. Downing the alcohol once again, feeling numbness radiating in my fingers as I lean into the sofa in his office. Why is the fated curse activating now? We haven't marked each other. He swirls the bourbon in his cup, sloshing it around as he thinks. If it is, I think it's because you tried to break the bond. Remember what I told you. The bond of a fated can never be severed, and you merely damaged it, which resulted in Sage temporarily losing Bella. Her wolf can only appear through sex with you, her fated. It's evident that the bond is trying to heal itself, making you guys grow closer until you mark each other. Running my fingers through my hair in frustration, that explains Sage and Bella, not about our curse. Azrael points an accusing finger at me. Firstly, you are filled with curses. It's a miracle you are still alive. I snort. No, it's a miracle Brantley is alive, considering what he is. He nods in agreement. Fighting your mind on a daily, I'm surprised he is functioning. Barely. Back to what I was saying, Azrael backtracks, taking a seat opposite me at his desk. The bond is healing, and that unnaturally set off the curse. In order to heal, it needs you and Sage to be together and forcibly triggered the fated curse without marking. Are you certain of this little theory? Yes and no. During my first 100 years, there was once a time when all founding members found their fated. However, I never met them personally, and everything I heard is pure word of mouth. Locking my eyes with his, and what happened to them? They all died. Silence passes between us. Words hung heavy in the air as I try to rationalize his words. The fire crackles behind me, morphing my memories to last night when everything wasn't this complicated. I hear what you are saying. I know it makes sense, but you don't want to believe it. Azrael finishes, voicing my thoughts aloud. What about darkness? He inquires. My body shakes violently. Truthfully, it's getting worse for her. Darkness is devouring her since the first night. He sighs in disappointment. Well, you created an entity that is killing her from the inside. Azrael adds gasoline to the already scorching flames. It shouldn't surprise me that he wasn't joking at this moment. He was giving me the blunt truth. I can't change what I did. I can't change the past, I stress, and now you are suffering the consequences. You were in no condition to make those decisions at 16, he scolds, and I'm feeling my blood boil at his tone. I was the alpha. What the fuck was I supposed to do? Let my pack be killed when I had the power to protect them. I growl, the taste of blood lingering on my tongue. You made a deal with the Elysium Coven for more power. You made darkness what it is now. He bluntly states, you made it an entity that consumes the owner and his fated. I snap. How was I supposed to know it was the Elysium Coven? They were massacred in the 1800s. They are declared dead even now. I hate this judgment at my mistakes. I hate that even now I battle whether I made the right decision. Arching his brow, what do you think Elysium means? Grinding my teeth. It's paradise after death, I answer. Exactly, he continues. But these are dark witches, and there is no such thing as paradise for them. They create paradise within darkness. Death doesn't exist in their coven, and I'm pretty sure your little haunted forest is evidence of that. The Death Witch is indeed the embodiment of what they strive for. My lungs are burning, feeling like smoke is inflating them and suffocating me, forcing me to see that I'm not in control of my life. Magnus was indeed the most powerful, but the Elysium Coven is the most terrifying. Why do you think there was a desperation to kill them all? Because they bring destruction and carnage to everyone in their path. Azrael was right, I've seen it firsthand. They take advantage of the weak, they give power, only to make it worse. Before, darkness was a power, and now it's an entity, all because of them. The Death Witch said you are running out of time? He ponders on the question as I nod. The warlock is sick, and it made sense why they are constantly watching me now. Sage is making them nervous, they want to kill her. If the warlock dies, you are going to be a part of Elysium, you will be their leader. Azrael announces. I laugh, I'm merely there for decoration. The true leader will always be his wife. You better pray the warlock doesn't die. Soothing the ache in my neck, cracking it from side to side, I have too many problems. I agree, raising his glass. We need to ask Sage about her vision, so we can figure out what the fated curse is and prevent it from going further. Azrael retorts, standing and typing something onto his phone. We have 3 threats on our back. There isn't much time left if the curse is activating, because darkness is becoming unstable and will consume her. Revisiting the memory of what happened the first night, the reason I attempted to sever our bond. If you marked her, then darkness will stabilize, Azrael interjects. You know I can't do that. He exhales. I have 4 wives, yet you have more problems than me, massaging his temples from the overload of curses and fuckery going on. I beg to differ, I remark. Vera is unhinged, Drusilla is insatiable for blood, Ravana has anger issues, and Sauda tried to eradicate humans that one time. Azrael eyes widen. We do not speak about what Sauda tried to do, he whispers, as if his office isn't soundproof. Remember, Azrael, I know all your secrets. I smirk. He groans in frustration. This why our kinds don't get along. His phone pings and he reads the text before saying, Drusilla created a poison that suppresses darkness for now. The only drawback is that you have to take it. Why me? Rolling his eyes. If darkness is weak in you, then it won't have the strength to eat little Sage. He snorts, as if that was basic knowledge. Fine. I would do anything to protect Sage, even if it leaves me vulnerable to Elysium. I'll speak to Sage, and then Vera can see through your past to determine anything of importance. Azrael states. His phone pings 3 times in a row. Without looking at me, he asks, You think Felix will make brownies in our kitchen? Ravana says her sweet tooth is itching. Ravana has issues and yet she melts for brownies, he nods, not denying the truth. I mean, I'd rather her eat the brownies than the new guards I got last week. Sage King. I couldn't deny that I became restless during their meeting, constantly thinking of the worst scenario, and somehow I feel like it would be worse. After Sauda showed me to Azrael's office, did I realize that there was worse than what I conjured in my head. The atmosphere was gloomy, suffocating to the point that I choked on it. Words were halted on my tongue, darkness looming in their orbs as they silently had a conversation without saying a word. Clearly, it's more serious than I anticipated. Guessing that from the appearances of both men, stern and cold. My eyes lock with Maverick's, brows furrowing, as I take in the inner turmoil that seems to spiral within the darkness. As quick as I saw it, the vulnerability is gone and replaced with a mask I'm unable to interpret. Do you want to take a seat? Azrael's question draws me out of the deciphering code that is Maverick Hale. The man is indeed charming and smiles reassuringly at me. No thanks. You two are making me nervous, noting their composed stature. Silence wraps around us, expecting one of them to speak first, but neither do. Care to explain what you guys were discussing? First, I'm going to need you to explain the vision you had. Azrael insists, flashing me a reassuring smile to proceed. Without thinking too much, I repeat the details of the vision I had. A younger version of Maverick and I, coming from different families that were presumed to be enemies. We both appeared to be wealthy, however my parents disapproved of me marrying a Hale. Before my vision was cut off, I remember the brutality in both my parents when they called upon their men to kill us, and how we had to fight for survival. The words feel foreign, evoking a mixture of indifference. This was my past lives with Maverick, and while I didn't feel a deep bondage to those versions of myself, somehow my heart ached for them. I didn't feel attached, yet I felt my emotions deeply rooted in the torment. I didn't notice that with each sentence escaping my mouth, it made Maverick increasingly agitated. His fingers ran vigorously through his hair, as if that could dampen his frustrations. Azrael attentively listened, a forlorn expression upon his crimson eyes as if watching them play out. After I had finished, I turned to Maverick and I see the vein popping from his forehead. "What was your vision?" His lips thin. In short, there is a bit of hesitance before he summarizes. "I was a prince and almost ready to become king. You were a peasant. My parents forbid us from being together, and you would be banished from the kingdom in order to stop my parents from hurting me. That version of us seems more painful to experience than mine. I'm not sure why. Both visions were tragic in their own way. One thing that couldn't be overlooked is the sorrow, the way my heart cracks and I lose my resolve for those younger versions of us. It's possible that I've experienced loss in every life, whether it be family or a lover. A shiver creeps up my spine, the hairs on my skin rising from the taste of fear. Sonic sounds clog my ears as I feel myself relive the agony. Why did I feel attached? Why did I feel this pain? Until I realize it's heartache, it's because I've seen the love in their eyes. It's because I can recognize that if I went any further with Maverick, I would be just as tormented and spiral into this pit of despair. With the curse activating, were we destined to suffer the same fate? Did you find out our curse? I ask. From the visions we both relayed, surely he could interpret the fated curse. We haven't even marked each other. I don't understand why this is happening. I choke on my own frustrations, feeling like the world is always against me. Azrael glances at Maverick. Maverick damaged the bond when he tried to break it. The bond is trying to heal, which forcibly triggered the fated curse. He explains. I chuckle. Just great. I hiss, ready to punch Maverick in the face. He started this. If it wasn't for his failed attempt at breaking our bond, the curse wouldn't have activated. You do things recklessly and see where we are now. I seethe, flames erupting in my orbs. We would have ended up in the same situation. You really think fucking wouldn't have led to this very point? He inquires with equal rage, and I'm ready to tear a chunk out of his neck. Our chests are rising, fueled with our hatred, and I'm not even sure if we hate each other or our fate. I have a theory on what it could be, Azrael interrupts. Glaring at each other one last time until we give Azrael our attention, he types something onto his phone before pocketing it. I need further confirmation. Maverick sighs in exhaustion. Fuck. Massaging his temples, and I'm confused until Vera practically bashes the doors off its hinges. You called, my love. She sings, skipping over to Azrael. Sometimes I wonder if she is genuinely a bubbly person or she is on drugs. Azrael smiles at her lovingly, placing a quick kiss onto her lips, which makes her giggle. Her eyes collide with mine, and she waves animatedly as if we haven't seen each other 5 minutes ago. You needed my help? She inquires, bouncing on the balls of her feet. Yes, will you help me, Vera? He asks sweetly, as if she would reject him. She nods, placing a stern expression on her face. I'll do my best. She answers with gusto that it's surprisingly cute. Maverick rolls his eyes. I don't need to see this display of affection, motioning to the way Azrael is caressing Vera's hair. Jealous? Azrael teases, kissing Vera's crown. Maverick rolls his eyes, and Vera claps her hands for attention. So what do you need my help with? I need you to look into their past lives, specifically together, so that I confirm what their curse is. Vera's radiant smile immediately drops, and she eyes Maverick with a sad expression I've never seen her wear before. Are you sure? Her voice a mere whisper, leaking with emotions that I'm completely thrown off by. Felix said that Maverick is close to all of Azrael's wives, and by the look she is giving him, it confirms that they know more about him than me. He nods. We have to know our curse, Vera. She smiles partially, and then switches her attention to me as she steps closer to us. Are you okay with this? Requesting permission from me as well. I appreciated her kindness in asking permission from me as well. This might simply be an extraction of my past lives, but I don't know the extent of her powers, and she could very well see all the losses I endured in this life. Yes. The anxiety creeps upon me, making my stomach twist with knots at the prospect of reliving my past. I can't relive the pain. I can't relive seeing Callan and not wanting to die on the spot. Wait, my hands coming in front of me. Everyone's eyes are on me when I ask, "Just the past lives, right? Not this one?" Maverick can guess why I didn't want anyone probing in this life, in my agony. Vera nods. "Just the past lives." Taking a deep breath, relaxing my arms. "Okay." She rests both her hands over each of our hearts, closing her eyes, and the silence is deafening because of the unexpected about to ensue. Suddenly, her eyes spring open and are completely white, almost hypnotic, and I can't look away. Vera's lips move inaudibly, and I'm not sure whether I can't hear her because of the white noise blocking everything out. Something is happening, my vision blurring as the temperature in my body increases. I'm finding it difficult to breathe, Vera and Azrael disappearing from my vision as I close my eyes, concentrating on pushing this choking sensation away. However, I can no longer feel anything but something burning my skin. It's too much, getting worse as I feel the burn radiate throughout my body. I can't breathe, each inhale penetrating my lungs like a knife. Attempting to open my eyes, I'm thrusted into something I never realized. The colors of amber and red dancing. A fire? That wasn't the worst part. My skin was burning, making me scream from the pain as I lift my hands and see that I am indeed the one on fire. Panic rises inside of me, except all I feel is the agonizing sizzling of my skin and the pain bleeding inside of me. "Sage," someone calls, and I can't focus on anything besides the overwhelming pain devouring me from the inside. "Sage!" My heart skips a beat, blinking, and everything disappears. Once again, I find myself on my knees with Vera shaking me. "Huh," I mumble. I could have sworn I was on fire. Shifting to see Maverick in the same position as me, head hung low as Azrael shakes his body rapidly. Maverick presses his palm over his chest before turning to me with emotion leaking in his orbs. "What was that?" I question aloud, standing up with Vera. "That wasn't supposed to happen. Usually I can block the effects. I'm sorry." She stresses the apology between us. "What did you see?" Maverick coughs, feeling the same pain in his chest. She purses her lips, hesitant in her next words, and I watch unshed tears cloud her eyes. "I saw you guys in the late 1800s, and you both came from royal families. You were childhood friends turned lovers, but you didn't know that your parents despised each other. They never approved of your relationship, so both of you decided to run away and wed in secret." Vera swallows, the next words painful for her to say, and with shaky breath, "On your wedding day, Maverick's parents ordered for their solders to execute both of you, and they set the chapel on fire before you said I do." Silence. Utter silence. On cue, Maverick and I turned to each other. "That's why I was on fire," we said at the same time. We experienced our death for the first time, and it was horrifying. There was so much hatred and animosity in our families in every life together. They didn't mind killing us as long as we never be together. It seems my theory was right. Azrael voices snapping us out of the trance of horror. "Amethyst and Caden's curse was to die for one another," Maverick informs, "and your curse is to never be together." Azrael concludes, all trace of humor melting off his eyes. Everything made sense. All those visions had one thing in common, and it's the one where we never lived happily ever after because our curse forbid us so. Maverick doesn't say a word, except those ocean eyes are hard, and for the first time, I couldn't read his emotions. He brings his eyes to Azrael. "It makes sense. Think about the present." Azrael remarks, "What?" My blood starts to run hot. They are having this vague conversation with only details they have. This didn't just involve Maverick, it involved me too. To my knowledge, neither of us had parents to tear apart our union. So what could possibly stop us from being together other than ourselves? All their actions showcase that they have secrets. What are you keeping from me? I question, feeling my anger spiral like a tsunami inside of me. Our parents stopped us in the past, but we don't have anyone to stop us now. Yes, we do, Maverick chided, unable to meet my eyes. Shaking my head, I know he doesn't have any relatives because no one visits his house besides Felix. What do you mean? He doesn't answer, simply taking deep breaths to calm the internal battle within himself. You have to tell her. Azrael urges, crossing his arms over his chest. Tell me what? Maverick makes no move to answer, glaring at Azrael and grinding his teeth in annoyance. Azrael sighs in exasperation. Maverick has his own curse to bear. Don't. Yes, Azrael cuts him off, seemingly pissed off. You have to tell her, otherwise you will be endangering her to unknown forces with no explanation as to why. Vera is the one that explains what is happening. When he was younger, Maverick made a deal with the Elysium Coven for more power. He agreed to marry the Coven leader's daughter and become a part of Elysium if one of them died. My brows furrow. Surely this wasn't true, but one look at Maverick and I knew that it was real. He was in an arranged marriage, and somehow that evoked rage in my heart. There's more, he adds reluctantly. What more could they possibly be? I exhaust. Maverick's powers were tampered with during the deal. As you know, darkness wasn't supposed to be an entity, but the witches made it one. Azrael continues. What do you mean? Darkness became a living thing, an extension of his wolf. It has a mind of its own that is separate from Zero and Maverick, and he can be controlled to an extent, but what? Darkness is uncontrollable when it comes to you. Maverick answers, Sage King. Uncontrollable? What the fuck? What does that even mean? I begged, frantic. You said it was an entity. We haven't marked each other for it to be attached. So why? Demanding answers from him. Maverick is hesitant. I see the frustration spiral within his orbs as he grinds his teeth to force himself to answer. You are my fated mate, he growls possessively. It doesn't matter that we haven't marked each other. Darkness wants you. I snort, completely exasperated by this possessiveness from both Darkness and Maverick. The only stable one is Zero, and that says something because he isn't exactly a mirror of innocence. My brain hurts attempting to digest all this information. I thought being fated to me was a curse in itself. Everyone I ever loved dies, and I didn't want Maverick to suffer that same fate. Come to find out, he has his own curse that will result in destruction. The irony. So, tonguing my cheek to contain my temper, you are engaged to someone else? I ask for confirmation. No, it's not. His words trail off, as if realizing that every piece of information has indeed showcased the truth, not by choice. He signs in defeat. I nod, feeling a storm brewing inside of me. On one hand, the anger is willing to burn me from the inside, and on the other side, I sympathize that this isn't what he wants, and this marriage will be against his will. Therefore, I am conflicted on my emotions. My connection with Bella is faint. Since the last time we spoke, she said that rest was required for her. But I feel her emotions, albeit weakened, but the possession was evident. No one could have Maverick or Zero. That much was crystal clear between us. What is the Elysium Coven? I inquire instead. In all my training at RED, I've been through plenty of covens, and not once have I ever heard of Elysium. Even among witches, there has been not an ounce of detail pertaining to them. If this was an ancient coven, then the secrecy makes sense. Werewolves weren't even aware of Magnus until recently, and that was only privileged information to the founding family's inner circle. They are witches that worship death, Azrael answers. My eyes widen, a shiver running down my spine as the image of that terrifying figure emerging from the forest replays in my mind. I've never heard of witches that worship death. I mean, what would be the purpose? Devoting time, energy, and resources to something that is already gone. Death to them isn't permanent. Vera affirms, a dark cloud hung above her. Maverick glares at Vera and Azrael, unspoken words passing between them as if I shouldn't have had that piece of information. Seconds pass before they focus on me, shaking my head in confusion. You aren't a witch. Why would they want you? Especially as the leader of their coven. Witches are notorious for never mingling with others. When I went to them, they knew I wasn't just an ordinary wolf, which intrigued them enough. Since I needed more power, they decided to experiment with my power and tamper with darkness until it became a physical entity. Maverick elaborates with a growl. Doesn't that make you extremely powerful? He nods subtly, probably preserving his modesty. And now you are promised to their daughter, I mumble, suddenly feeling a piercing pain in my heart. Maverick decided to share even more details. The coven leaders are 100 and 150. They were supposed to outlive me, confessing that this was indeed his solution. A coven that worships death, and you think they would let you die like that, snapping my fingers through the anger. He simply rolls his eyes. That was the easiest plan, Maverick stubbornly proclaims. Death wouldn't stop them. They would simply bring you back. Vera divulges, capturing my attention instantly. Somehow the words continue to echo in my ears, even though I know she only said them once. Vera. They hiss, and her eyes widen in horror, clamping a hand over her mouth immediately. My voice feels far away as I ask, they bring people back from the dead? Everything around me morphs into an abyss, with gray eyes blinded me. My attention is captivated by familiar gray eyes, Callan's warm smile and tight embrace that was my home. What if I could feel that again? I'm not aware that my body starts to jolt, like someone is shaking me until everything disperses, and dark ocean eyes distort the imagination. Sage, his voice gentle, soothing like his touch. He knows the direction of my thoughts. What if they can't bring him back? Maverick says, crushing all the hope that bloomed in my heart. How do you know that? I counted, irritation clouding my sense of reasoning. They always ask for a price, and I can guarantee you that when they do bring someone back, they are only in physical form. It won't be the brother you know. It will be evil with the mask of him, he concludes, shrugging his hands off my shoulders harshly, anger and disappointment consuming me once again. It seems that every path I take will always lead to the deep end, drowning me in grief and leaving me to face the horrors once again. I thought I could be happy again. I thought I could have Callan back. Irrationally, I would give anything to have him back. The world continues to collapse around me, dragging me into an ocean of despair. Crouching down, attempting to breathe through the smoke. Why am I dealt the worst cards to life? My parents, Callan, and now Maverick. Would I have struck a deal with the Elysium Coven to bring back Callan? Yes, absolutely. Despite this yearning inside of me to have my twin back, I couldn't ignore the logical side of me that would have to bear the consequences of my actions. I would have to see evil consume someone with the mask of Callan, and that felt worse than death itself. That evil entity will taint everyone's view of who Callan truly was, a gentle, loving soul. I will forever be his protector. Even now, I wouldn't let that happen to him. Sage, I know from experience that their soul wouldn't be here, even if their physical body is. Vera's low voice is filled with compassion, rubbing circles on my back reassuringly. When our eyes meet, I notice the sadness among the kindness. Her vulnerability as tears threaten to spill, she understands the pain of losing a loved one. I know. I needed the reassurance, despite my grief, that I was doing the right thing to preserve Callan's memory. Taking a few minutes to compose myself, standing tall with the realization that Maverick didn't want to tell me because he knew of the pain I'm suffering. He knew better than anyone. I'm good, I assure. Maverick's eyes study me. I don't think you are okay. Clarifying the obvious, waving him off. So now what? Darkness is going to kill me? Azrael is hesitant. Darkness is devouring you from the inside, your soul to be precise. Rotating my neck. So, death. I deadpan. Shifting my body to the side, I point at Maverick. And how are you going to stop darkness from eating me? Drusilla created a poison that will suppress darkness until we figure out how to get it under control. Raising my brow? A poison? He nods. But Maverick has to take it as well for it take full effect. Azrael adds. Bella's paws are scrapping against my mind, whining, and I'm attempting to decipher the message she wants to give me. I don't think she is able to speak now in her weakened state. Any side effects? Azrael shakes his head, and I sigh. Guess I don't have a choice, agreeing to take the poison. Vera's bubbly personality is back, clapping her hands in excitement. I'll get Drusilla. You are going to love it. Oh, maybe your tongue will turn blue like mine, then we can match, she jabbers on. Her rambling continues until she leaves. Minutes pass by before Drusilla appears with 2-cylinder vials of blue liquid in her hand. Azrael kisses her neck affectionately. That was fast. He muses. Drusilla indeed resembled an angel, smiling and handing us each a vial. I've been working on this for a while. I'm not sure how long the effects will last, but it couldn't be more than a day. Studying the tiny glass vial in my hand, and what will it do to darkness? It shall weaken it, she confirms, but it will also leave you vulnerable. She warns directly to Maverick. Wait, I interrupt with wide eyes. You will be weak without darkness? It's nothing, Sage. I can handle myself. He brushes off. Something in my gut twists, not believing his words. Maybe. I don't get a chance to voice my thoughts because Maverick drinks the poison without hesitation. Maverick, wait. I won't let anything happen to you. He declares fiercely, his eyes shifting from blue to black. Sparks emits as his hand wraps around mine, pushing the vial to my lips. I don't know why I'm hesitating. I don't know why I feel like this is wrong. Drink, Sage. With that one order and the fierce shadow across his eyes, I tip my head back and swallow the tasteless poison. I feel the burn sink from my throat and into my stomach, and for some reason my heart is racing. I don't think it's because of the poison, probably my nerves. Maverick retracts his hand, face contouring in pain and confusion as he palms his chest. Maverick? Are you okay? Stepping towards him even though he moves further away from me. No words escape his lips. Instead, he hunches over and starts vomiting thick black liquid. My heart drops, my hands ready to grab a hold of him until the vial slips from my fingers and shatters beneath my feet. My body starts vibrating, making my vision blur, and I feel pressure in my heart. I can't describe it, like someone has reached into my chest and wrapped their fingers around my heart, squeezing until I feel like my body is going to explode from the inside. Immediately, I hunch over as something slithers into my throat and I vomit black liquid. The taste is vile, and yet I can't stop myself. What's happening? Maverick wheezes, the sound being drowned by white noise clogging my ears. I collapse onto my knees, continuing to vomit, and Drusilla is next to me immediately. This wasn't supposed to happen. Sage King. My stomach churns painfully, the vile taste of whatever came out of me lingering on my tongue. I couldn't stop it, continuously heaving the black liquid. The pounding in my skull intensifying with each breath, my eyes throbbing, and I fought past the pain. One moment, I felt my heart bathed in horror as I watched Maverick hunch over, only to suffer the same fate moments later. I brought some herbal tea. It should help with the nausea. Drusilla's voice is soothing, placing the tea in front of us on the glass table. All the energy has been sucked from me, barely able to hold the teacup without feeling a heavy weight. Immediately placing it back on the table, afraid that it will slip through my weak fingers. Maverick is next to me, and it seems we are mirroring each other with pale lips, exhaustion like the physical act of breathing is draining our energy, and flushed pale skin that made us look sickly. Thanks, I mutter weakly, feeling the words taking more effort than necessary to escape my lips. Drusilla and Azrael are seated opposite us, guilt-riddled in their features. I'm so sorry. She apologized for the 5th time, passing her a reassuring smile that I could muster in the moment, bringing the tea to my lips for a sip. It tasted like ginger tea mixed with something else. Slowly it starts to dissolve the bitter taste that resonated on my tongue. It's okay, Maverick assures, his voice sounding strained from his sore throat. Which I also have. The tea is currently soothing a little of the pain. Drusilla is earnest in saying more, but Azrael shakes his head. They need some time, and he probably recognizes the state we are in, each passing second more difficult than the next. My mind is hazy. I can barely comprehend what is transpiring without feeling consumed by exhaustion. I need to sleep, the urge more overwhelming than the next. Is it possible to feel your essence being sucked out of you? What happened? I inquire in my fogged-up state. Drusilla is hesitant. After you both took the poison, you started vomiting black liquid. I nod, the confirmation that whatever came out of my body wasn't purely from my imagination. I remember, I gulp, feeling the despair and not being able to help Maverick and myself. But why? Maverick hissed. You said you were working on it for months. He recalls, each word at the expense of his already sore throat. She nods immediately. It should have worked, she affirms. I was positive it would. Her shoulders deflate, sympathy clouding her orbs. The million-dollar question is what happened to us, I interject. And why? Maverick adds. Azrael is silent, those crimson orbs studying us intensely from the moment we sat down. He crosses his ankle of the knee, an unreadable expression upon his face. You aren't healing? Those simple words bring awareness to our current state. It is true, we aren't. However, I didn't question it because I'm an ordinary wolf, and therefore my recovery rate is slower than the founding family members. What does capture our attention is that Maverick should have healed completely by now. His state seems to worsen. Sage's healing process is slow. Maverick counters as if we were in an argument. Azrael arches a brow. You should have healed by now, he observes. A shiver suddenly rackets through my body, and they all turn to my shaking body. I feel cold. Is there a window open because it is freezing in here? Rubbing my hands over my biceps to generate some sort of warmth, Drusilla leans forward, placing her palm over my forehead. She studies me, flipping her palm onto the other side, and minutes must have passed by as she thoroughly checks my temperature. "You are running a fever," she reiterates, and then proceeds to place her other hand over Maverick's forehead. "Both of you are burning up." She retracts, taking a seat, and I continue to rock myself on the couch for heat. "It shouldn't be this bad," I shudder, attempting to not grind my teeth. "This can't be the side effect," Drusilla expresses with certainty. "I know all my poisons and their side effects. They would wear off in 30 minutes, but it's been an hour? Our state is worsening?" Maverick questions, fists clenching over his knee. Azrael nods. "You don't look like you are getting any better," he notes, "even after throwing up enough fluid that couldn't have been held inside your body. The large amounts that escaped us was more than any average wolf could handle, even for Maverick. You guys passed out, and now you seemingly look like death," Azrael comments. Drusilla smacks his chest lightly. "Don't say that, Azrael," she scolds, her tone filled with worry. Azrael's attention is on Maverick as he asks, "What did you feel with darkness?" "Rage," he professes, the emotion feeling foreign by his expression of indifference. "Interesting," Azrael muses, "and in all my years of know you, darkness has never displayed anger, let alone this intensely." He elaborates. My brows furrow. There is no way. "You saying darkness did this?" A second passes before Azrael nods in confirmation. "The reason that the poison didn't work was because of it. Drusilla created it specifically to dampen its existence, and once you took it, your bodies rejected it, specifically darkness. Darkness is not that powerful." Maverick denies, but I see the turmoil of rage in his eyes. "I think you don't realize how powerful darkness is," Azrael reiterates. "The theory isn't that far-fetched." Unwavering eye contact passing between them, as if they were fighting an internal battle between each other. Maverick tunes everything out, probably trying to decipher the extent of power darkness truly encompasses. "That explains why I rejected it, not Sage. Darkness is not inside of her," he adds, grinding his teeth in frustration. "You sure about that?" Azrael suggests, and I watch Maverick's lips thin without rebutting him. "Darkness almost devoured her on the first night," Azrael recalls. "A fated bond ensures you are tied for lifetimes, and you think darkness isn't already flowing within her soul." Shaking my head persistently, "That doesn't make any sense. Darkness didn't exist in other lifetimes together. Whether I had powers or not, it didn't exist." Maverick growls, infuriated by his theory. "It only exists in this life, yes," Azrael agrees. "That doesn't mean darkness didn't infect the fated bond." I swallow, attempting to digest his words because they somehow become the explanation for a lot of unexplainable things transpiring with us. We couldn't rule the theory out. "The infection should have been slow. We aren't mated," Maverick announces, gesturing between us. Azrael snaps his fingers like it sparked upon an idea. "On the contrary," he continues, "I think because you aren't that, it is getting worse." "Now what?" I exhaust. This is too complicated for either of us to comprehend. Obstacle after obstacle, fated mates truly suffer a terrible fate. Magnus succeeded in bringing us misery. It might sound ridiculous, Sage, but when it comes to the supernature, nothing is impossible. Drusilla wisely cajoles. "The bond is damaged," Azrael reiterates. "It's trying to heal itself, which weakens your connection with your wolf." Motioning towards me, and I nod. "You are in a vulnerable state, and that leaves you susceptible to darkness. So it has infected the fated bond before we even marked each other?" I inquire once again. He nods. "It seems so. It would also explain the state you both are in, the inability to heal." Motioning towards us, emphasizing our deuterating state. "Darkness is killing you from the inside." My eyes widen in horror, shifting my attention to Maverick. "Do you think that's true?" He is frozen in the same position, staring ahead with hard eyes. "It's possible." I groan, tasting fear once again on my tongue. Pain radiates inside of me, clinging onto my heart and making it difficult to breathe. "Darkness is stronger than we anticipated, and drinking the poison surely angered it enough to showcase what it can truly do," Azrael states, "devouring everything in its path." Maverick recites, like the words have been there forever. "Can we stop it?" Can we stop it from killing us? I ask rapidly. There has to be a way to darkness from killing us. It doesn't look like you have much time, he declares, analyzing us from head to toe, but this hinges entirely on the fated bond which could also work to your advantage. How? He looks directly at Maverick, a smirk on his lips. To stabilize darkness, uncontrollable behavior, you have to mark each other. Sage King, what? You want us to mark each other? I question once again, motioning between us with wide eyes. He couldn't be serious. The usual playful attitude he always sported has sullen. Azrael was serious, and nothing was simply a spur-of-the-moment suggestion. I can't do that, Maverick reiterated forcefully. We were both in agreement. This wasn't like any other bond, and the repercussions of a fated bond could be detrimental. Despite that knowledge, the fact that he was just as against it as me caused a pang to initiate in my heart at the instinct rejection. There is no choice, Azrael interjected. You will both die if you don't stabilize darkness by marking each other. He enunciates every word, practically drilling the severity of the situation. Swallowing the uncertainty, the pounding in my head continuing, and every ounce of energy slowly being sucked from me. I turned towards Maverick, watching his jaw clench painfully and his Adam's apple bobbing slowly, as if fighting internally with the decision. His eyes were boring into Azrael's, who seemed unfazed by the death glare. You will let Sage die? Azrael challenges, and Maverick's entire body freezes. I have no idea what is going through his head, whether the threat of his death or mine is much more impactful. A part of me wants to die, only me. It's the main reason I came to him in the first place, so that I can slowly descend the mad hole of death. However, a tiny part of me is resisting death. The voice is whispering that I shouldn't die, that there was more in store for me than this misery I face day in and day out, that Callan wouldn't have wanted me to choose death over living my life. The conflictions were battling inside of me before I heard Maverick say, "Fine." "Great," I drawl, feeling the sarcasm in my tone. We were festering with the tension, the anger slowly boiling over inside of us. Azrael's claps his hand once, gaining our attention, and Drusilla features is a mixture of elate and sympathy. "Good. Now I am quite fond of you, Maverick, but I prefer all this mating rituals to not take place in my office," he declares with amusement. "No," we both screech in unison. Our eyes collide, venom leaking out of our orbs for various reasons as Maverick's lips part. "We are not doing that," I finish. Azrael sighs in disappointment. "Ah, very well. Still, I would prefer the knowledge of you two marking each other to not take place in my office." "I get it," Maverick grits. "Good, onwards to your room." Azrael motions to the door, and I stare at him. "Stop treating me like a child," Maverick asserts, standing up. "Wait, you have a room here?" I question, feeling my head start spinning. "Yes, he has no other friends, therefore he is always here." Azrael adds cheekily, "So'd have expected this. Concern has long descended since we arrived." "So, this is your room," I mumble, taking in marvelous, gigantic space. I should have expected this considering we were in a practical castle. The sun has long since descended since we arrived. Amid darkness, the lights were a subtle glow to provide comfort and not overwhelm either of us. "I prefer we do this without sex," I reiterate. We had the same reactions, but I needed the confirmation. Diverting my attention from the huge white linen bed, I have a clear-cut analysis of his figure. The pale skin and discolored lips, dull eyes that showcased his lack of energy. That's when I realized that we reciprocated similar effects. Darkness was indeed eating away at him, but he was better at hiding his pain than me. Maverick clears his throat, voice rasping, "I think that's best." Awkward silence wraps around us, until Maverick points behind me. "The couch," he suggests subtly. We both know that if we did this on the bed, then things would become complicated. Maverick walks ahead, taking a seat upon the rectangular black sofa with a thud. He is much larger than it, even in his diminishing state. My feet followed his trail, unable to feel in control until I stood in front of him. His head tipped back, resting on the edge of the sofa as those eyes marveled my figure. There wasn't a hint of lust, a simple mask of heavy-lidded orbs perused me. I could have sat next to him, made this process easier for us. But we both had the same idea, the same desire. Sage King. There is no distinguishing where I ended, And he began, all our emotions convoluted with an essence more powerful than us. My blood ran hot, sizzling in my veins like an inferno erupting and devouring us. Desperation like no other overwhelming me, eager to shed our clothes, and somehow he kept us from furthering our instinct. I wanted his heart in the palm of my hands, eating away at it like a savage. Something dark twisted in my mind, or maybe it's always existed and was brought to the surface by Maverick. It could be the reason we are so in sync, why he recognized the destruction, because it was exploding inside of him as well. There are too many instances where it was evident no one could match our souls better than each other. Our lips moved in tandem, our tongues dancing in tune to the salsa of heated passion. My insides were overflowing with him, nothing in my head besides Maverick. All the barriers between us have fallen, leaving us bare to one another. I needed him as much as he needed me, our hearts pounding to each other's rhythm. I can feel you everywhere. I breathed. I'm hypnotized, under the spell with Maverick are the forefront. All the emotions I pushed away has sprung to the surface, unable to restrain myself anymore. There was no way any regular mating bond could reach this level of ecstasy. You have always been everywhere for me. You are the essence of my soul. Maverick confesses. The words made me shudder, goosebumps pebbling my skin, and the sincerity in his eyes made me delirious. His heart is thumping painfully against my palm, begging for me to wrap my fingers around it. I can feel the intensity of our bond, a convoluted mess of obsession and love that tore every inch of skin off my body. Maverick, I adorned, feeling disorientated from the intensity of his heart. Pressing my lips onto his once again, in a much tender kiss that conveyed all the emotions I couldn't articulate. The magnitude of his touch pushes me off a cliff, diving into the ocean of abyss as he started massaging my thighs brutally, capturing me in a possessive hold that left bruises upon my skin. I was addicted to the idea, a moan escaping my lips as he drank it in, my appraisal of his actions. You like when I leave marks on your body? He growls, tugging on my bottom lip with delight. He was feeling my desire for them, feeling that fear was the last thing on my mind. I do, I admit, watching as he breaks skin on my bottom lip and ravishes my mouth. There was a feral desire to have my blood pumping through his veins, and it made me even more addicted. You were made for me, he exhales, my perfect match in every life. His words are shaking me to the core, making me want to carve myself into his skin and deep into his soul, when I know I'm already there. Maverick feels every single emotion, spurring him on as I shatter under his fingertips. I'm completely lost in the euphoria of him, immersed in this state that I don't register the static sound flaring in my ears. My vision skits, like an old television that has lost its signal. Subtle at first until I couldn't ignore it, pulling away from Maverick, his presence getting lost in the blur of colorful static invading my vision. Sage? What's wrong? His voice filled with worry, but it gets lost in the static noise. It grows louder, flaring in my ears like an alarm which makes me cover my ears. Shaking my head, attempting to rid myself of the sound or the distorted sight in front of me. Sparks initiate on the outside of my hands, and I knew it was Maverick's hands. However, I couldn't form words. Everything halting on my tongue as everything becomes distorted in front of me, blurry images of blood splatters appearing in front of me. On the walls, on the floor, a blurred sight of unrecognizable bodies covered in blood and torn into pieces. It plays out like a movie, cutting to each scene on a loop. This can't be happening. My heart feels like it is shattering into pieces, broken beyond repair from the pain. I recognize this pain, this lack of ability to breathe, as your chest tightened with sorrow suffocating you. I hear an agonized roar, one of loss and sadness. It didn't feel real, the intensity rattling my bones and making me fall onto the ground. The crying blasted in my ears, a male roar that sounded broken. I could hear the agony. It was a familiar one of loss, an ache of losing someone. Wait, why did it feel familiar? I couldn't see him, and yet I felt the familiarity of his voice. I couldn't see anything without the static loop of bloodshed. However, I recognized the roar. It brought upon heartache, someone stabbing my heart and leaving me to die. Until everything stops, being sucked away and leaving me to blink back into reality. Sage, his voice beckoned me out of the nightmare of someone else. finding my ass on the cold floor with Maverick on the ground in front of me, fire scoring from his touch as he encases my face in his palms. Those dark sapphires consumed with guilt like the dark ocean. I frown, attempting to regulate my breathing and decipher who and what I truly saw, and confirm if it was indeed who I think it was. "I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have let my wall down," he exclaimed, his tone filled with pain and my eyes widen at the confirmation. "That was yours?" I mutter, horror dawning on me that all those cries and screams came from him. It came from Maverick. His silence is loud, answering the question. Those eyes shifting to something hard, a barrier placed between us once again. "That was your past, wasn't it?" I felt guilty to ask, unable to comprehend a question, let alone make him relieve the nightmare. I knew all too well the agony that came from losing someone. Maverick is reliving it daily in his own personal hell. Maverick caresses the nape of my neck, resting his forehead against my own. The magnetic force of his eyes pierces mine, the strength and yet the pain that he has lived through. Every piece of his past pierces my heart, the story left untold and still destroying my heart for him. Whoever he lost, it was a suffering that he continues to feel daily as if it was the first day. I don't know what to say. Losing someone is a pain I understand, and yet I couldn't find the words, mainly because I knew words didn't mean anything. They couldn't help. "Thank you." He breathes, taking my oxygen as his own. My barrier was exposed for him. Therefore, he knew every single thought and emotion racketing my body, how I wanted to help him, and that words wouldn't be able to console him. Just like how I don't talk about Callan, he won't speak on his past. Those are wounds that will open when we are ready. My words were interrupted by the persistent banging on the door. "Maverick, we have a problem." That sounded like Felix. Maverick detached quickly and marched over to open the door. Felix was on the other side with heavy breathing, alarms flaring in his eyes. "They know." "They can't know that fast," Maverick argued, and Felix shakes his head. "Well, somehow they fucking know, because there are witches currently here and trying to kill us." "Know what?" I interrupt. Probably not the right time. "That you guys have marked each other." "Sage King. There is no possible way they could know that." Maverick spat, the anger seeping in his stream and making him lose the calm persona he always has. Even so, what he is saying has a sense of truth, because how could this Elysium Coven be that perceptive or powerful to gain this knowledge not even 20 minutes after we marked each other? My fingers unconsciously caress his mark. Shudders of pleasure creeps up my skin, and immediately Maverick turns around with those fiery eyes. "We are in a predicament, don't do that," he commands with agitation through our mind link. "Bossy, bossy," I reply, not wanting to argue when we are in the middle of a crisis. Even I can pick and choose my battles. Felix clears his throat and reiterates, "Might I remind you that they are here and everyone is trying to buy you guys time to leave?" Immediately Maverick shakes his head, along with me as I stand my ground next to him. "We are not leaving them to get hurt because of us," I declare. "Agreed. I'm not letting them get harmed. Also, Vera and Sauda aren't particular good at fighting." We leave, walking with urgency to the throne room apparently. Azrael's men were scattered around, already in battle with mere weaklings, while Azrael and his wives were left to the stronger ones. What surprised us was when we entered the gigantic hall and found ourselves in the middle of a massacre. It should have been expected, we were all well versed in the art of battles, but what caught us off guard was in the mix of witches. There were also vampires and werewolves. "How is this possible?" I question, seeing 2 daggers next to a bloody body on the ground. Grabbing a hold of them, Maverick and Felix spread out as he answers, "They are being controlled." Maverick snaps the neck of a vampire running towards him with ease. "We have to kill them," he orders, and I spring into action. When was the last time I felt the weight of my favorite weapon, the familiarity and thrill coursing through my veins as I tighten my grip on the metal handle? Everything shifts into the background as I focus solely on taking out the enemy. This was a mission like the countless ones I've been on. A blonde vampire is racing towards me, his eyes completely white, which confirmed Maverick's words. I don't hesitate, my feet racing forward, and I duck out of his hold, only to slice his throat open. Whatever this blade was made with has an effect on the vampires, the wound unable to heal as blood pools out and he slumps to the ground. I should feel remorse because they are being controlled, but that side of myself died a long time when I joined RED. Another female raced towards me. I dropped to the ground and cut her off at the knees before stabbing her in the heart. All the black veins creep up her face before she dies, and I continue to take out the rest of the vampires. I hate to admit that my blood was sizzling with adrenaline. It made me giddy, and I know that makes me a horrible person, but so are the Elysium Coven. Drusilla beheads the wolf that charged towards me in one slice, and my eyes widen, a smirk marrying her features before she continues to dance around the floor like a gladiator. The blood didn't faze her, if anything. She seemed just as addicted as me. She was ruthless in a fight, just like Ravana. That was to be expected since Ravana is hot-tempered. Her eyes flashed red every few seconds, swinging her sword in every direction without breaking a sweat. Sauda is holding her own, not as strongly as the others, but she is able to move faster with a dagger. However, the worst is Vera. There is no fighting drive in her, and I noticed the pattern of each of them protecting her subtly. A dagger was also in her hand, probably Sauda's, but those eyes were filled with terror and fear. It practically leaked out of her pores, to the point that you could smell it. Azrael is trying to run interference every single time she shrieks, enemies flocking to her. "Ah!" she cries as one of the men disarm her, pushing her onto the ground. Tears cascade from her cheeks as she cries. Vera wasn't mentally or physically able to fend for herself, and they all knew this. But each of them are facing their own battles, unable to help her, and I hear Azrael yell for Vera. She was surrounded by 3 witches, and they were ready to obliterate her. All the blood splattered on the walls. All the blood soaked onto my fingers as I watched them. All their voices becoming white noise as something burned in my chest, a different kind of anger igniting my blood. My mind was in disarray, the colors shifting to black. Everything was skipping, from the scene in front of me to Callan with the bloody hole in his chest. I wasn't fast enough. He died because I wasn't strong enough. Goosebumps prickled my skin, rage unlike any other consuming me as I felt my skin burn. There was no way I would let anyone get hurt again. Maverick Hale. We were fucked. Vera is in trouble, and I can't even get to her. Conjuring darkness to spread across the floor, devouring all the enemies in my path. However, darkness is getting too excited by the feast, and while we have stabled it, I know what darkness is capable of even under control. "Don't hurt me," Vera chokes on her tears. "Vera, I'm going to kill you," Azrael roars, his eyes glowing as he moves faster than before to clear a path to save her. This won't end well. The combination of witches, vampires, and wolves are overwhelming. We kill 5 for 10 more to emerge. It was never ending. "Fuck!" I growl, smashing 2 witches' heads together as I try to reach Vera. When their bodies drop to the ground, I'm stopped in my place as I take in Sage. Something is different about her. Blood coats her hands, and she makes no move to save Vera. Except, when I get closer, I notice that vague black essence is leaking out of her skin. "Sage?" I attempt to contact her through our mind link, but a huge wall is separating us. Her body is vibrating, the black essence emitting like steam from her skin. Suddenly, Sage moves faster than any creature I have seen, darkness wrapped around her daggers as she beheads all 3 of them. There is no way she could possibly have the strength to do that with 2 daggers. You needed a sword to behead. Yet, she did it. Blood drips from the dagger cut, and I watch in horror as even more darkness spills out of her. She turns around, and I'm rooted in my place to see that those gray orbs are consumed with darkness. "That's not possible," Felix mumbles from a few steps away. Sage couldn't have control over darkness this fast. Darkness couldn't be inside of her this way. The marking was supposed to settle it from devouring her. And now what? She can control it? My thoughts are halted when I take in that there is no recognition in her eyes. She is completely in a trance as she sprints towards me with the intent to kill. Time seemed to stop, feeling my heart squeeze at the realization that Sage wasn't herself now. I needed a fucking spell, but I couldn't choose one when I don't know what is actually happening to her. Before I could raise my hand, Sage sinks into a black hole in the ground. I'm in shock. What the fuck is going on? The gurgling sound initiates behind me, and I turn around to find Sage looming over the body of another dead man. She sliced his throat, a witch that was coming towards me in my hypnotized state. "Sage, can you hear me?" She doesn't answer. Instead, she moves with that heightened speed and complete control over darkness. Everyone's attention is on her now. Sage runs our full force and disappears into the same black hole, which leaves the enemies flustered of where she will appear next. Once they think they have her pattern down, she switches the game and emerges from beneath them and kicking them upside the jaw. I know she is an expert on the battlefield because of her time in RED. That's not what is surprising, it's her utilization and control over darkness. There is no hesitation as she sinks into the dark hole, especially flinging the wolves into the black hole. She is killing them without breaking a sweat. A machine. What is happening to her? Vera questions, coming to stand next to me with tear-stained cheeks. I think she is in a fighting trance. Knowing what happened to Callan, I expected her to crack at the sight of bloodshed, but it seems to have brought out the opposite. Sage left no one alive, simply standing in the midst of the bloodshed she created. Her figure is unmoving as she stares at me. Something about the obsidian coating in her eyes makes my chest ache. Taking careful steps to not scare her away, she doesn't move as I approach and encase her face in my hands. The black essence searing through my skin, but I don't let go. My eyes drift to the mark, a mosaic of art all burning alive by the darkness, nuzzling my face into the mark as I whisper, "Come back, love." A few seconds pass, and the daggers drop to the ground. Retracting, I see familiar gray orbs struck with confusion. "What happened?" she questions, massaging her temple. "Are you okay?" She nods, "Just a headache." Before I could answer, Felix gains my attention. "Maverick, turn around." When I do, I'm faced with a death witch. Wet black hair, covering her face, dressed in a matching dress as black liquid drips from her hair and skin onto the blood-coated floor. She is barefoot, with translucent skin that ensured she was indeed dead. This death witch was different from the one that lives in the forest. While that one was playful, the aura around this one was evil. "We warned you." Her voice penetrated the tension-filled atmosphere. She starts sinking into the ground, her ominous voice rattling on, "We warned you, and now she will pay the price." Sage King. A vague memory of what transpired during the fight washes through me. Everything was scattered into pieces that didn't seem like me. I remember distinctively the sensations of sparks radiating through my body as Maverick wrapped his arms around me, the familiar, creepy woman descending into the black hole with a warning. Death witches were truly terrifying, straight out of a horror film. It seems that there are far too many secrets that Maverick withholds. It must be torturing to keep everything inside, unable to tip the scales with an entity that could eat you alive with the first sign of weakness. Our worlds of wolves and witches are tightly intertwined since the dawn of time, and no one is aware of it. Maverick estimated that I displayed complete control over darkness, which seemed unreal. I controlled darkness in a way that Maverick can, and that took him a lot of time. Since we marked each other, the main reason to stop darkness from killing us, and thus that enabled a stabilization leading to control. Caressing the mark, smooth skin and a shiver caressing my spine. Tingles shot through my veins, making me want to crave pleasure that only he could provide. I was torn in two directions. No doubt the same with Maverick, but nothing could deny the utter euphoria of marking each other. I blame the Elysium Coven for the added stress, unable to predict what their next move is. Maverick escorted me to my room, stating he needed to converse with Azrael. Since I've been in the dark on more occasions than one, I was going to protest, but my body ached, and exhaustion took over. That was over 2 hours ago, and he hasn't returned. Maverick said he would stay in another room, much to my protest. We are newly marked, there is no way we can be separated. Unfortunately, this was a fated bond, and that made the withdrawal 1,000 times worse. I missed him. The wall is placed between us, unable to communicate or read each other's minds. I longed for him. Every passing second is slowly descending me into madness. This feeling terrifies me more than a death witch, a fire ablaze within my heart that needed his nurture. My muscles ached, I needed to sleep, and yet, no matter how long I toss and turn within these silk sheets, I cannot fall asleep without him. I groan, dropping my hands forcefully at my sides. Fuck! I never wanted to cave first, but it seems I must if I needed an ounce of sleep. Flipping the covers off, a cold breeze coating my skin in prickles, and I'm halted in place by the familiar scent of vanilla. Heavy notes of sandalwood flourish within my atmosphere as the door opens slowly. My heart rate picks up, but not in fear. A soft creak hits my ears, and I watch as he blends easily into the subtle glow from the fairy lights. He is a beacon of darkness, and I'm more than addicted. My heart picks up, anticipation pumping through my veins when his eyes widen slightly at my appearance. He planned to sneak in so I wouldn't notice. We were apparently having the same problem. "You are awake," he breathes, a tint of red forming on his ears. A flutter pools in my stomach at his embarrassed demeanor. "Were you planning on sneaking into my bed?" I question with a smirk. Maverick composes himself, clearing his throat. "I didn't want to disturb you." I hum, feeling a smile curve my lips and awe-stricken in my orbs. This man was indeed sweet, probably lacking in words, but his actions spoke more to me. His palm pressed against his chest, a confused expression marrying his face. "Stop doing that," he scolds. Raising my arms in surrender, "I'm not doing anything." He eyes me skeptically. "You are making me feel." The words die on his tongue, and I press my lips together. I thought my wall was built solid between us, not letting an ounce of emotion seep through. Apparently, I was wrong. The lack of strength is definitely playing a factor. Silence passes between us until I clear my throat. Patting the spot next to me on the bed, "Come on, I need to sleep." Maverick follows instructions as I sink back into the bed, turning to face the window instead of him. Anxiety and excitement swirling within my belly, the bed dips to ensure his presence, and he draws the covers completely over us. Considering I was cold a moment ago, I'm practically burning alive now. We don't move, not saying a word or moving a muscle closer to each other, until I feel the electricity spark from his palm as he wraps it around my waist and tugs me into his body. The warmth seeps from his chest into my back, making it impossible to keep my composure. I'm spiraling by a mere touch, fingers tightened around me and bringing me a sense of safety. He makes me feel safe. Maverick nuzzles his face into me, placing a soft kiss upon his mark, and I shudder from the direct pleasure. "I missed you," he confesses, and I feel a tornado erupt inside of me, sliding my fingers through his soft waves, pushing him closer into my neck. "I missed you too," I whisper. This felt different. It was vulnerable. We were both experts at carnal desires, but vulnerability is neither of our strong suits. I never wanted a mate. I never want to lose any more people I love, and yet I couldn't help myself from relinquishing myself to these feelings for him. Marking each other definitely uprooted all my suppressed feelings, and now they are harder to ignore. Fingers caresses my chin. Maverick tilted my head to the side and connected our lips. Unlike before, this kiss is filled with adoration and, dare I say, love? I wanted more, his lips moving in a waltz with mine. Pure magic from those soft pillows, his tongue caressing the seams of my bottom's lip, and I grant him access. Maverick creates an inferno inside of me, making me delirious with a passionate kiss that I cannot get enough of. When we draw back, his eyes are glowing like the dark ocean against the midnight sky. So hypnotic, so magical. "Sleep, love." His voice a mere whisper. Narrowing my eyes at him, he chuckles and places a kiss on my forehead, the action making my heart melt, turning around and burying my face into his sculptured chest. "So bossy." He laughs. "As much as I want to bury myself inside of you, you are exhausted, and plus we have an event tomorrow." A yawn escapes my lips, my muscles relaxing in his embrace. What event? Thought we were going back home. His muscles lock, but that could have been my imagination. Azrael is having his masquerade ball tomorrow night, and we aren't allowed to leave before then. Annoyance laced in his tone. No doubt Azrael forced him into this. For a vampire king, he is highly sociable. I marvel. Maverick chuckles, the sound vibrating through my body as I close my eyes, feeling a sense of peace being in his arms.